What's up, everybody? Welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. Here we go. How's everybody doing? What's up, Ham? Welcome in. Stayed up for this? Let's go. Thank you. Oshik, Nick, Ace Man. Insane. Thank you for the resub. I didn't play the confetti, but we'll do it now. It's Pamela Pinkley on YouTube. Welcome in. Jeez, 50 streams. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Oshik. It's very epic. 50 streams is a lot. Thank you for the feedback earlier. Yeah, no problem at all. Hopefully it was helpful. Those are just all sort of the things that came to mind as I was running through. So we're up on the computer at the perfect time, yeah. Epic. Really is. It is. That's a lot. It's crazy. I mean, that's like, if we think about it. I remember you were up even higher before too, so it was insane. Because 50 streams, if I stream, how many times a week? 4 times a week, then 50... That's like 12 weeks. It's pretty crazy. Thank you for the spin. Yeah, that's so frustrating that Twitch does that. It's so stupid. Part of me wants to just like make our own built-in like streak system, you know? So that doesn't happen. I don't know. Oh yeah, also I need to test somebody run the buy command really quick. If possible. It should be working. I just added it in there, so yeah, there we go. So now it'll show the alert in link. All right, cool. I got help with my sleep issues, now I'm all good. Let's go. Yeah, I actually took some melatonin last night, and I think it helped. The thing with melatonin is like, it's not just gonna make you pass out. You've got to like embrace the sleep. So like I tried to go to sleep, and then I think from there the melatonin helped, but if you don't like actually go to bed, then it won't do anything. So not healthy to worry about it. Anyways, yeah, no one should ever worry about the streak stuff, seriously. Pamela, buy command. No, we don't have that. If you're heading out, then Thanks for coming in. They had a 24-hour grace period, but then they removed it. That's stupid. I don't know why they wouldn't have a grace period like that. I feel like if you watch the VOD after, then you should still be like, you know, you should be fine. You should be good to go. It's stupid. Sleep's rough, to be honest. When I was younger, I thought I was so easy to sleep. Yeah, exactly. It was so hard for me. Follow age? Oh yeah, that'd be cool to know. I bet there's probably a way for me to return that information through the Twitch API. I don't know exactly how, but maybe. Yeah. Following since May 4th. How did you figure that info out? Oh, does it say on Twitch? Details. Doesn't say anything here. Oh, I didn't realize that. So you can just go in here and be like, oh yeah, following since January 7th. I think that was almost like right when we started streaming. Yeah, much bigger flex than streak. I agree, yeah. Streak means nothing. All right. So let's dive into it, guys. I have a little bit more energy today, so it's a good start. My voice is still a little raw. I don't know what happened, but it's fine. Let me go into our document. Okay. Almost accidentally muted myself. I am sick of this strand of hair, guys. It will not stay in place, and I'm getting fed up. I might have to go get my little like hairnet thing, because I have like got like ridges in it and it holds my hair back. Honestly, custom Twitch stuff is cool, but I don't like when they're like 1/5 of the screen, the rest is donation goal. Yeah. I think with Twitch overlay stuff, it's kind of like you gotta be careful about it. I also hate it when like I can't see anything on the screen because it's all just loaded with random garbage. So I think our overlay is pretty minimal. It's just like a little bar at the bottom and a chair. So it's not too bad. It is really funny to think that the chair is just always there. I bet that's really confusing to people why there's a chair. Yeah, I knocked last night, like right after the end of stream. Yeah. I think I saw the first Starground devlog before sleep and thought, looks fun. I need to follow him now because I know I'll forget if I go to sleep. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, cheese time. Yeah, cheese time is not super minimal, but oh well. But anyways, big find. Let's go. I feel like most people catch it early on, just completely stop. Yeah, I totally know what you mean. I've seen a lot of channels around and stuff before that just kind of don't make anything else. But not me, guys. We're gonna dev until I can't anymore. But anyways. So what kind of ascension do we want to add today? Let's, we could do the Roomba, probably. Let's just get into it. Let's not think. No thinking. Thinking is for stupid people. We're gonna create a new scene. Might actually copy the puppy scene, possibly. It's gonna be a little bit different. Let's look at the code of this. There's not gonna be any animation states. It's just gonna be a sprite that moves around. So I don't have to worry about any of that. We're just gonna go ahead and create a scene called Roomba. Actually, is Roomba like a a copyrighted name? I think it is. I think like it's like the name of a company. Roomba trademarked. So I can't call it a Roomba. So what do I call it? Broomba. Yeah, that's a good name. We could call it a Broomba. Also a little Easter egg to Voice of the Void. Yeah, we could do that. The Broomba. Alright. Hopefully this won't be too difficult to add. We'll see what happens. But we're gonna just give it a sprite 2D. We'll probably have some kind of vacuum noise. How do I spell vacuum? It's like that, I think, right? Vacuum is a weird word. Alright. Let's give it some code. Let's see. The gurus who on stream never show their code and then write a $2,000 course on how to write code are wild. Yeah. I've never really liked the concept of like having like a course like that. I mean, some are fine, but it's kind of like, I don't know. It feels a little like scummy. Alright, we got the reference to the sprite. Be ready. So what we're gonna have to do is get a list of all the nearby donation bags. So we're gonna just grab that every time. Save our donations is get tree.get nodes in group donations, I think is what it's called. We'll figure out. And then we're gonna have to do pathfinding, unfortunately, on this guy, which really freaking sucks. But get our navigation agent. Pathfinding. Hopefully they'll be able to pathfind. Yeah, because it uses like a layer system, so it should be fine. I remember when Cheese Time was 1 minute of looking at pictures of cheese. Yeah, back in the early days. State machines are just like mine. Oh yeah, the one I use in the puppy. I don't really use a lot of state machines, but I should use them more because they are pretty useful for stuff like this. It's one of those design principles I think that are very helpful. Almost got 100 reviews? Oh, we're at 99 now? Didn't even notice that. That's crazy. Yeah, we're still at 83%, so... Oh yeah, we had a bunch. Why did we have so many? I bet that's from Scooty then, I guess. I don't know why there's like this random big spike today. Interesting. We'll have to look at the stats, see what's going on. Or maybe it's just because it's the weekend, you know? But yeah. Game freezing bug. I don't know what bug that is. Shows that we have 102 reviews now, so I think we actually did hit 100. But it just hasn't like updated on Steam because it never takes forever to update. So yeah, all these are pretty positive. I don't know what game freezing bug they're having, which is unfortunate. This is exactly the thing I was talking about in that one short, where it's like frustrating when I have no idea how to help people. I mean, I'll leave a developer response, but it's just nobody ever replies to these things, you know? Sorry to hear you ran into some issues with the game freezing. Love to help solve your problem. You can... If you could describe your issue in more detail on the forums, I can work toward fixing the issue. More content is on the way. Hopefully that will make the experience feel more worthwhile. All right. Boom. Nothing else I can do. Then I'll make a video. Did you know Lyrden has a Voice of the Void reference? Yeah, that'd be epic. Well, let's see what's going on here. Might be able to do them for the travel menu and stuff. Yeah. Luckily, we have already addressed this. For these suggestions, I just added a new extension last night that adds in a way to view their fullness level straight from the travel menu. I think that and your other suppressions would be very nice to have for V1.1. You'll be the 100th? Oh, let's go. Epic. Done being stingy. Nah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Eyes itchy. It's a big file. How big is Lured In? I don't even actually know. I really don't think Lured In is that big. I think it's like 300 megabytes or something. It is 100 megabytes. It's way smaller than I thought. That's crazy. So yeah, why did we get so many reviews recently? My guess is that it's got to be from Scooty or something then. Was there a big video or something? Because this doesn't just randomly happen, you know? Unless the weekend is just that good. I mean, maybe just the live stream alone has pulled in a bunch of people, but I don't know. I wouldn't expect him to make a... If he was going to do a video, do it in one day. That's crazy. I'm not seeing anything like super insane. I guess it's just this live stream. So, pretty crazy. We can go look at the wish list and all that stuff. A lot changed. Yeah, there's been a lot of changes with the new full version. Let's go take a look here. What's going on? Yeah, I mean, there hasn't really been a massive sales spike or anything. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Just a bunch of reviews coming in. It's because it's a good game. Thank you. GTA 6 is going to be small in comparison. All the fish there's to catch. That'd be wild. Who's that guy streaming? This person did a live stream not last night, but yesterday on Lured In. So I haven't really heard of this person before, in all honesty, but they're pretty big, like incremental game content creator. So they get some pretty crazy views on a lot of their videos here. This one got over 1 million, so that was pretty wild. They don't always play incremental games. What is this game? Barking from the Dark. Looks kind of interesting, actually. It's a first-person horror game. You repair tracks. It's kind of fire. League revenue on screen 2. No, how did you know? How did you know that I made 2 from Lured In? Crazy. Oh, you watch that guy, Atomic Bomb vid? Oh, let's go. Still hyped about that. Maybe happy to see the notification. Yeah. That was pretty awesome. I don't think I'm going back to horror games after Amnesia: The Dark Descent. That's a pretty old horror game though, right? Yeah. Oh, there's the bunker. That's already 50% or 80% off. That's crazy. Yeah, this game. Never played Amnesia. He's like a scary guy. That's all I know. Starground was 1. Yeah, we've Starground made $1. Lured In made 2. Big improvement, guys. I'm gonna need my freaking hairnet thing. Say, Ryan, welcome in. How's it going? 7 consecutive streams. Thank you very much. All right, back to the Broomba. Yeah, I don't know. It's good that we're still above 80%. Hopefully this next update will help, but we'll see. Also, Enrico, welcome in. I'm saying that right. Enrico L. Is it Enrico L? Or is it Enrico? Probably should have asked before. So we're gonna go check if the money bag has a group. It should. We already have a convenient function to do it. Money bags is the group. Okay. So we get all of the donations, and then we want to find which one is closest. Right? So for our closest for iron, for bag and donations. And then let's say our last distance is equal to infinity. So if global position dot distance squared to bag dot global position is less than last distance, then I want to say, and let's also do this. Distance is that. Last distance is equal to distance. Okay. Then we want to also say closest is equal to bag. So now we have a reference to our closest bag. So if we have an actual reference, because there could be a case where there's no bags. So if closest is somewhere, then we want to say navigation target, at mod ready var, I'll just call it agent, navigation agent, boom. If closest agent dot set target position, or it's like target position, there it is, closest dot global position. So that should set up our pathfinding now. The next thing that we have to do is actually go draw a sprite for this guy. Probably not super big or anything. I think like 16 by 16, the size of one tile would look about right. Okay, it's Enrico L. That makes more sense. Sorry, I've been saying it wrong forever. And I'm probably going to use this as an icon also, as well as his actual sprite. So I'm going to give it the alpha transparency border. Shift it up a little bit. Now usually these things just have brushes like underneath, so I don't know if they're even going to really be visible from this perspective. If we go look at an image of a Roomba, this is what they look like. I guess you can see the brushes kind of sweep out from the front. We'll see what we can do. We do need to give it some like gizmos on top, buttons and whatnot. It looks like a lot of them have this like circle. That's probably like a LiDAR scanner maybe. I know like a lot of these Roombas do like mapping of your rooms. Yeah, we'll just put some stuff down. I guess I can do a brighter color. I might shift that up. Love very customizable settings. Good job. Yeah, thank you. I think it's always a good idea to have a lot of different options for people. And especially something like an incremental game like this, it's like, there's no reason people should have to like not be able to change settings, you know? I could see, you know, obviously you wouldn't include like gameplay options in something that's like online competitive matches. Like if you had like a gameplay setting in like Counter-Strike or something, that wouldn't make any sense, you know? But for just a little incremental game, then why wouldn't you, right? I don't know how I want to do the wheels here. I might just do... I'll do it before, I guess. Like that. I don't know if I'm gonna do any panels or anything. Should I give him a little face? Nah, I'll just probably stick it to this. This is good enough. Might change out a sprite later or make him animated, but Roomba. Nope. Roomba. No copyright here. Alrighty. Justice for Lurden. The great game should have 90% on Steam. I appreciate it. Let's go Roomba. Thought it was crisp before I thought the mixels were weird, but I realized the UI and game are separate, other than, yeah, that they're barely any. Okay, great game. Thank you very much, Ham. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, mixels for the UI, I kind of just accept them. It's really hard to... Like, the thing that matters more to me is displaying things at, like, an appropriate size. Because if you can't even, like, make out what a sprite is supposed to be, then that kind of ruins everything. And it doesn't really work for, like, really large fish, because I'd have to, like, they take up the whole screen, so... Gearbert Roomba for the 100% real space expansion? Dude, don't spoil it. Yeah, so guys, we're gonna do a Space Age, Lurden Space Age DLC, where you get to go to outer space and make a aquarium in orbit around Earth. We're not actually doing that, but you never know. Okay, so how do I do... I have to get, like, the next local position or something. Get next path position. Then I have to slowly move toward that position. So global position plus equals... and I want to get, like, a direction to it. So... our global position dot direction to our next path position. Now, is this going to be in global? Yes, it is. So that's our movement vector. We're going to have to multiply this by delta and times speed, right? So let's set speed to 10 or something. I don't know. Might even, like, add in an upgrade for the Roomba to make it faster, but we'll see. So now what we need to do is make sure it actually exists somewhere in the world. So in our aquarium code, we're gonna go ahead and do that. It's like create chef or something. We have, like, similar stuff. Activate chef right here. Oh, same with, like, add puppy, add Roomba. Let's just do the same thing basically. All right, so if get ascension level, li upgrade Roomba. Oops, call it add Roomba. Less than 0, then return. If we already have a Roomba, then return. Otherwise, go ahead and say Roomba is scenes Roomba. Global position is a random navigation point, and there we go. So hopefully that'll work. So Bone Circuit on YouTube, welcome in. How are you doing? All right, so this should be pretty easy to do then. After all this stuff, we're gonna say add Roomba, and then also connect up a signal, which I thought I already had in here. How do I know when to add that puppy? Oh, right here in check customers. Now I upgrade puppies. Oh, that's because I'm checking for an upgrade, but this is specifically for an ascension, so we'll have to say global dot ascension purchased dot connect function ID. If ID is equal to li ascension Roomba, then say add Roomba. There we go. All right, now the last step back into the ascension table. We are going to add the Broomba. I don't know what path this is going to be under. Trying to think. Yeah, I'll probably just do it. We'll figure it out. We have like the offline pots. Probably just do it branched off from that one. Then we need the Broomba sprite. It's not in icons though. Morning from Down Under. Let's go. Welcome in. I'll make him a little bit more expensive since he's like a big upgrade. Acquired ID, LI Ascension, offline pots. Adds a Broomba that will travel around and collect donations for you. All right, let's go try it out. I kind of like making story games. May make another one, but I don't know. I don't think people like them very much. It depends. I mean, I think story stuff can be interesting, but you definitely have to spend the time to like set up your characters to make people care about the story, you know? And I think most of the time when people have an issue with a story game, it's just because it's like only story, you know? As long as you also include some actual gameplay stuff, then I think story mechanics are always a pretty appreciated thing. The sprite is so tiny, what? Oh, right, because it's only 16 by 16. Makes sense. Oh, I didn't realize this was actually... I might move this over to be behind synergies instead. Okay, so he should have added the Broomba. I don't see it anywhere. Do you guys see the Broomba? Because I don't. He has a sprite. I might not have connected the signal properly. Let's restart everything. So if Ascension Broomba. Let me create the Broomba. Interesting. Broomba. I don't know. Also add him to his group. Let me restart the game. Maybe I accidentally did it while the game was... No, because the Ascension was in there. I don't know. We're going to have to figure it out. What's up, my guy? If I win the lottery, will you work for my evil games corporation? Your evil game corporation, huh? I don't know. That sounds pretty evil. Where is the Broomba? Is it even spawning? I'm gonna print something out so I can tell. Hey, I'm here. Let's see. Nope, it's not spawning. Let's go look in the aquarium code. I'm gonna print in here. Oh! Because I'm a fool, guys. I'm a fool. Alright, let's try this again. There we go, there he is. So, the minute a donation spawns in here, we should see him do stuff. So let's go into marketing, get a bunch of this so we get some donations rolling through, get more customers. I might buff the speed of donations a little bit more, possibly. We'll see. Alright, we should see him go around soon, as soon as the first one drops. And hopefully he can actually navigate. I think I set up the navigation agent right, but I don't know. Oh. He's going. He's moving. He's a little slow. Also, he's not... What is he doing? He just tried to go straight over there and he's failing. that may be a problem. I'm probably going to have to make a big, massive navigation layer just for him. Which is not a big deal. So let's do that. Let's put him on navigation layer 2. And then we'll go into the aquarium. I'm just going to make like a global navigation layer. Navigation region. Does he get a secret volcanic island with a helipad? That's the real question, yeah. That might change my answer. Alright, now we can just do this. Bake it. Oh yeah, we gotta do geometry. Filters? Where's that under again? Oh yeah, right here. Group explicit. Navigation colliders, I think is what it's called. Let's try it. Bake. There we go. So now he has a big, like, massive global navigation area. Let's only do this on... Oh wait, we want to keep that, but change this to only navigation layer 2. So hopefully only he can actually use it. Let's try it out. Loves lamps, yeah. I was thinking of calling it Twintendo. yeah, careful, I might get sued. Okay, there he is. Let's wait and see if he can navigate. Please work. Any second now. Oh, he's on the move. He's going down the stairs. So we need to add a shadow to him and stuff, but no big deal. Clip through the railing a little bit. He's a little quirky. He's going. Oh, he's going to this one. All right, so it seems like it works, and then I'll have like a radius around him that checks how close he is to the target position. And then if he approaches his target position, he'll stop and collect the donation. So let's do all that and say if distance to... Oh yeah, let's only do that if closest. Let's just do distance squared to closest dot global position. It's less than 4. Then we want to say closest dot collect. There we go. He grabbed the money bag. He's doing it, guys. He's freaking doing it. This is insane. Alright. Now let's also give him a shadow. Shadow. Put this right here. Let's set this to 0.4 something. Show behind parent. Let's shift it down a little bit. Let's do 4 pixels down. Alrighty. Now he's got a shadow. We won't see it yet. And his navigation is broken, I think. God dang it. I don't know what he's doing. He just couldn't navigate to that one for some reason, so that's a little problematic. I don't know why that happened. Whoa, why did that... Oh? Ooh? That's a little weird. Huh. Okay, let's speed him up a little bit. It's taking too long, and I just want to test him right now. Wait for the donations rolling. So, hey, 4-star Yelp review, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, you're saying click remote to check the remote tab? Yeah, that's all right. I think we're good to go now. Okay, so he goes to get it. That one was fine. So he's okay. And then sometimes this other one, he has failed. He gets stuck in this like corner for some reason and just can't move anywhere. So I don't know what's happening there. There is a lot of other settings in here because we've got like, it could be something like this where perhaps something weird happened here. He's just getting stuck in this corner. Let's go figure out what's happening. So he goes into this corner and just kind of stops for some reason. Why? Let's check the agent radius. That's 10. We don't need it to be that big. Let's rebake it 8. Maybe that'll help. Is it that it's not passing? I think it's passing through there. Looks like it is. So that seems fine. Cell size. Let's go into his code again. Maybe he's like, let's see, maximum distance. That's how allowed. Okay, recalculates the ideal path. Target desired distance. Considered to be reached, 10 pixels. Let's change that to like 4. Path desired distance. Okay. And then there's these different kinds of path post-processing and stuff. We could just do none. Maybe that would make him better? Doesn't appear to. Edge centered? Corridor funnel. Well, I don't know what to do about that. We're going to figure out why he keeps getting stuck. He's freaking out. It's like vibrating and weird. And then he just collect a bag? Oh, somebody dropped one. Weird. Have I tried Pal World yet? I have never played Pal World. I don't know, just the whole Pokemon stuff. I don't know. I don't know if I will or not. I guess they decreased. Oh no, there's a bundle with Core Keeper. Okay. I don't know. You like capture Pokemon and then you use them to like automate, I guess is what you do. I don't really know anything about Pal World. Yeah. Fine, I guess. They did a Terraria crossover. Terraria loves their crossovers. So you like fight bosses and stuff? I don't know. To somebody that really likes Pokemon, then maybe it would be cool, but to be honest, it gives me almost like Rust vibes or like Ark vibes. I hate Ark. So no idea. Maybe one day if it goes on like a massive sale, if it's like 90% off, then we'll see. Why is he getting stuck? He doesn't even have any like physics collisions. So simplify path. I don't know what he's getting stuck on. He's only using navigation layer 2. He just can't get around the corner for some reason. We can hide all these other navigation layers, so we can see exactly what that layer looks like. It's pretty normal. It's like a weird little polygon there, but I don't know why he's failing to get around that corner. It's just a little weird. Shouldn't be happening. What's wrong, Broomba? Tell me. I want him to, like, just do it. Okay, don't do any post-processing. I wish I knew what he was doing. Oh, path search maximum distance. Whoa. Okay, changing that made him fine. I don't know what this does. What is this? Maximum distance the search polygon can be away from the start polygon before the pathfinding cancels the search for a path. Okay. Oh my god. So, changing that did it, though. I don't know why. And is he stuck again, or is there just no donations? I think he's stuck again. God dang it. So doing that, it just, like, reset everything. Maybe he found a path that was, like, unreachable. Maybe we need to lower his maximum path. Here, I'm going to increase the game speed so we can test him more. He's going quick. Hold on, maybe a little bit too fast. Hold on. Okay, so he seems okay right now. He just clipped through the aquarium. So when he's done collecting a donation, sometimes he just sits there and freaks out. But then if I change like any of these settings, it seems like it does things. Maybe not though. Changing the desired distance affected something. But he still can't get past there. I don't know what's going on. It's very weird. Well. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Sometimes the navigation stuff like this is annoying. Anyway, sorry, let me read all these other things. Got a robber that comes in, you gotta stop him. That's like a really common mechanic in a lot of like shop simulators and stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna do that, but maybe he's trying to use these polygons that are like outside of everywhere. But if he is, he doesn't have collision, so he should just go over there and do it. You know? So this shouldn't be happening. I'm going to change this just in case to physics process. Because maybe he's trying to navigate weirdly. Probably have to reset him. I wish I could lock certain fish in my inventory so I don't sell them by accident. That'd be a pretty easy thing that I could add in. I'll write it down. Ability to lock fish in inventory. Yeah, I had to try base building is great and they've added loads to it. Yeah, I don't know, maybe one day I'll check it out then. Review complete, let's go. Thank you, Ham, I appreciate it. People say it's Arc with Pokemon. Well, okay. I don't like Arc. Arc, eventually you just hit this spot where it's just, I don't know, it's just not fun. It's way too grindy. I'm worried that I think that's why I've never played Power World or bothered, because it looks like it's sort of more designed to be like one of those online survival games like Ark or Rust, you know? And so it's just like, I don't know if it's my vibe. But maybe I'll check it out eventually. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he thinks he's doing. Maybe these are set to a different navigation layer. Oh! That's probably what's happening here. He's trying to use the other navigation things. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense now. Alright, so I think everything is fine again. Okay, so all this stupid stuff I did, I didn't even really have to do. So where is he? Where'd he go? Alright, now that those are set up properly, let's like restart everything and try again. I really wanted to love Ark, but it felt so punishing and grindy. Yeah. That is what Ark feels like. Takes a million years to do anything. Also, it's just too big. I literally like don't even want to install the game anymore because it's like 500 gigabytes on my computer. So I've kind of just given up on ever playing Ark again. It's too much. Okay, so he seems to be pathfinding normal now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure what was going on was he was using the other navigation layers still, and so he'd get stuck in this weird state where he'd try and use the other one that wasn't designed for him because I forgot to set the filters properly. Something that is funny is that it still does the money particles on your cursor for when you collect a money bag. So I need to kind of pass in like a new state for this. I'll do this and then say closest is a type of money bag. And then for collect, I'm going to say from player, right? We'll just do that. Let's restart. So if it is not from the player, I'm not going to do the particles. I might also stop it from doing the sound too. Or I guess that's actually a part of the particles, so it should be silent now. Let's go ahead and try that out. Do I watch Bleach? I have never watched Bleach. I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. I've never seen it, so... Yeah, the dog boo get dragged around the floor. Oh, that would be a mess. I don't know about that. What? He plays it a little loose and fast with that railing right there. You can see sometimes he just sort of goes on the railing. So I might have to fix that. I think it's because he can clip past... I think it's the maximum distance. That is quite large there, so I don't really ever want it to go that much. Maybe like 16 pixels maximum. Still causes that on the railing. Maybe it's the desired distance that's causing that. And I can set his like navigation area to be a little more, you know, sensitive about those areas. We'll see. I need to watch him and see if it happens again. Oh, also something that'll probably help a little bit here. His sprite is kind of like not in a good position. I need to like move it up a tiny bit like that. That'll probably look a little bit better. Let's try that. I just put all my customers in lab and the scientists in the aquarium. Yeah. It's crazy. You can totally play it single player. I mean, it's the same with Ark, but I really dislike it in games where it's like clearly designed for multiplayer, so single player kind of like sucks to play. I don't know. I'll have to see. I'll look into it, and if it goes on sale one day, then I'll probably maybe grab it. Why is it still true? Oh, I have to do if from player. Whoops. Alright, so now he grabs the bags and it doesn't play the sound and stuff anymore. I imagine it would get quite annoying if it was constantly playing the money bag sound, so... I'll say, old Paper Astro, how's it going? Yeah, it's going good. Is it a Roomba or an anti-NPC mine? That'd be crazy. It's a little Roomba guy that goes around and collects your donations for you, so... Yeah, he doesn't like to listen to the railings. I think it might be because of his edge or the corridor funnel type. I think if I just set it to none, then it might be better. Oh yeah, he doesn't collide anymore. Yeah, we don't need to do the corridor funnel. I don't even know what that does. A funnel algorithm. Yeah. Yeah, right there. Grid-based layouts can face artificial corners with diagonal movement. Because, yeah, you don't want that stuff to happen. I so love downloading 600 gigabytes and playing a server where everyone has done everything already. Yeah. It's so cool and fun. Yeah, that's why I don't play Ark. Too big. And now that I had that other hard drive fail, I literally don't have space for it. Like if I wanted to play Ark right now, I could not fit it on my computer. So, all right, well, I think the Roomba guy is basically done. We could add in upgrades for the Roomba to make him better. What do you guys think about that? Like under the equipment tab, should we have like a couple upgrades to make him better? I don't know where we would put it. I guess under equipment. It's getting quite long, but... can the project play itself without any user intervention with lured in? I mean, you can't like automatically catch fish right now, or you can with pots, but you still have to go like manually collect them. But you could just leave it open like this and just sit here and rack up money while your Roomba goes around and gets you donations and stuff, so it's possible. I just wish I could check the Fishpedia while out fishing. That's definitely true. Probably somewhere I could throw that in. Like maybe in the keep net, I actually add that as another tab just to view the Fishpedia again. Be nice. I'd have to turn that Fishpedia though into like a self-contained scene instead of being integrated into the inventory. So it'd be a little bit of work, but it's possible. I think I'm gonna delete these again and do sort of like that instead for the wheels. Looks more like a Roomba, I think. Usually Roombas have like patterns on them, you know? They always have this like little front thing. I don't know what this is. Kind of looks like he's got like a face. Don't know if I want to go like full right on this. I think I like how that looks better. Looks more like an actual Roomba. Roomba, guys, not Roomba. Do a little bit there. And we'll see what that looks like in game. Yeah, that's better. Then what I'll probably do is shift up his... Let's see. Maybe shift that down one more pixel. And shift the shadow up a pixel. And I think we're pretty good there. He still goes over the railing. He's a quirky guy. I don't know. Yeah, good man, love the river, yeah. Dialogue for lured in. There's not really much dialogue. There is like some at the very beginning when you're going through the tutorial, but then that's basically it. So. All right. Well, this guy's done. Goes around and collects the stuff for you. Let's go add a fish to one of my tanks so we can actually make sure it's working. Just throw some guys in there or whatever. And then he's going to collect the donation. Boom, 285, yeah. And then we should see that go up over here. I have like $1 billion, so I can't really tell. Okay. Why am I getting so much money? Oh, I have a bunch of ascension multipliers, okay. Yep, there he goes. So, I might possibly change this around a little bit. Because now that this is happening in physics process, I notice like his movement is a little bit stuttery. I think it's still fine to find the closest bag in here. I'm gonna move this out and call it closest bag. And reset it back to null. But then I want to move this stuff out into process, so if closest bag, we do some stuff in here too. Oops. Okay. Change this to closest bag. All right. I don't know why that's null. Why is this an error? Why is it a warning? Tell me. Oh, because I'm saying var. And we don't use delta. All right. I think that'll make him move around a little bit smoother. So the game cannot fully play itself. I mean, not like 100%. It's I mean, you still kind of have to be there to do stuff. But I think that's one of the long-term things that we're working on with Ascension and stuff, is like automating certain tasks. So like with the Roomba here, he'll go around and collect the donations for you automatically and stuff like that. But I don't know if we're ever gonna like fully 100% automate things, because then why even play the game at that point anymore if there's nothing for you to do. But yeah. What's the catch rate of the Amazon River dolphin with the shiny lure? Got like 12 of them. Oh, really? Yeah, with the special lure. We can go see, literally, because it shows inside of the Fishpedia. It should be 2% chance to catch him. Oh, I actually have to catch him before I can see it. Or I might be able to get field reports. Yeah, 2% catch rate. And then, yeah, with the lure, it should double the rate, so that's a 4% chance to catch him then. So I think it's probably just a lot because maybe there's fewer fish in the jungle. Well, there's the same amount as most places, honestly. Notice the river is actually sort of lower on fish now. Yeah, I don't know why you would get so many of them then. It's really funny how those chances and stuff like that works, you know? Because I was watching that one streamer play, well, I guess he's more of a YouTuber than a streamer. You know, Scooty, like I was talking about earlier, play lured in. And there was like, he's 100%ing the game, so he's working toward getting the catfish in the river, right? And it took him forever. So I think it's just one of those cases where it's just random chance. You probably just got lucky. But it took him like an hour to catch one. And it should have the exact same drop rate because it uses the same system. Where this guy has the same rate as this guy. It's also 2%. So yeah. I don't know. It's really hard to balance, you know, the chances of catching fish. Because it's like, I don't want to like rig the system too heavily. I mean, it's possible that I could go through and like add in like a mercy system or something to where if you don't catch one after a certain number of catches, then it just gives it to you, but it's complicated. I don't know. I need to add a little vacuum sound to this guy. I don't want it to be too loud and obnoxious. It's a little... This is gonna be loud. Can't even hear that one. That's like too big. Probably something like this, and then I just like maybe pitch it down. Ooh, inappropriate. Oh yeah, let's sort by Creative Commons 0. Just looking at how Pokemon does shiny stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, I could look into that. This one's kind of nice. Can't even hear that one. Ow. That's blocked. Sounds like a song. Doesn't. Sounds terrible. No. Let's do, I think this one I pitched down should sound pretty good. Let me go log in. You guys are having the best time, but I have a limiter. It's okay. I have a limiter. It's fine. Is the limiter not doing good enough? 'Cause I can make it stronger if it's not enough. He still goes on the railing. Stop going on the railing. Why does he do that? Let's go look at the navigation. Oh, that's why. he just doesn't care. I thought there's a little collider there, though. Maybe I messed up. What is that under? I think it's in main staircase. And then, yeah, I have this static body here. Oh, is this not in the group? Oh my god. This whole time. Okay, that makes so much more sense. There we go. And then it stops the customers. Oh my goodness. This whole time the customers were moving into it. And I couldn't figure out why. Now I realize. So I just have to do main. Oh dear. Right, he should not go into the railing anymore. Yeah, he needs some ambience. Let's go do that. I don't know why my icon for DaVinci is always broken. Or I shouldn't open DaVinci, I should open Audacity. Go away, DaVinci. Okay. And then I'm just gonna make this loop. Just kind of cut it like that. DaVinci. I'm sorry about the old ear situation. Let me turn down desktop audio for a minute. Then let's set this to loop. And it didn't actually loop. Okay. Select region, looping, toggle loop region. Stop Audacity. I mean, there's a slight transition of sound from the end out of it. It's very slight. I don't think it matters. And I don't feel like making this loop seamlessly, so yeah, good enough. I really wish there was an easier way to do that in Audacity to make things loop better. It's really hard to do in Audacity. In DaVinci, it wasn't that hard, but DaVinci does weird export things, so whatever. And then I want to change the pitch, probably do like an octave. Let's see what that sounds like. It does sort of make it sound worse. But it's going to be a really quiet sound. Like, this is not going to be a front and center ambience. And you're only going to hear it when you're actually zoomed in on the Roomba anyways, so I think this is good. Let's get it. Roomba ambience. Now, WAV or OGG? That is the question. I don't know. We'll do an OGG. What is it? Other uncompressed files, and then we do OGG. I hate how it always exports as an OGV or something. Like, it doesn't actually do a OGG. So it's kind of annoying. I always have to go rename the file whenever I export it. And I don't even know where it just exported to. Blurred in sounds. But it didn't do it. Oh, it's because it's the file name again. I have to go fix it before Godot recognizes that the file was added. A little stupid. Yeah, an OGA. I don't know why it does that. Yes, change it. What is this file? Untitled. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. All right, now it should update in here. Alrighty. Okay. And then set the distance pretty low, sound effects. Should be good. And for volume, like -10 maybe. I don't want it to be very loud. And I'll say autoplay on. Let's give it a try. And let's move desktop audio back to normal. Okay. Too loud. Much too loud. Also, the range is way too big. There we go. I think I'm probably also going to make it like slowly become quiet again when he's not moving anymore. Right? So if he doesn't have a closest bag, then I'm going to lerp the sound back down. So we're going to say volume linear is equal to lerp f. Let's just do this in one thing. Volume 2 times delta or something. And say bar volume is equal to 0. Then if we have one, we'll lerp it up to 0.2. Otherwise, it'll just stay at 0. And then we lerp that to volume 2 times delta. We'll give that a try. Yeah, otherwise that should all be good, I think, then. And then the last thing I also have to do is make it so this actually loops, because right now it's not set to loop. Boom. All right, let's try it out. All right, also ads are over. Sorry about those. Bear devs, welcome in. I'm new. How are you editing the sound without having to reload the scene? What Godot magic is this? So Godot has the ability to edit things live while the project is running. There's a couple engines have that ability. You can do the same thing in Unity, and I think in Unreal too. So if I want to change something on this scene, I can just make the change in here and it'll automatically update inside of the game. So it's very convenient for testing values and stuff and tweaking things. It's quite nice. Yeah, so then it quietly goes away. Yes, that sounds pretty good. I'm gonna make it quieter though. It really should be a background sound. I don't want it to be very obvious. It's like, how loud is the puppy and stuff, you know? You know, he's pretty quiet. I want the Roomba to be also very quiet. It's Elemental Magic's card game. Welcome in. Yeah, that's better. Not too loud, obnoxious, just sort of quiet. Okay. I am Master Programmer Elemental. I defeat AI hypers. It's crazy. Voice just launched my game with play button. What is setting embed? Yeah, you can embed the game window. I like it just because then it's like a tab in here and I don't have to juggle around windows and like move things around constantly. I can just click the game tab and here it is. There's also some nice things embedding it. You can embed it while still being floating, but you get this little toolbar up here. So like if I want to, I can increase the game speed, right? So we're running it at 16 times speed. And this is actually extremely helpful for testing stuff like this, where I have to just kind of sit and wait for a thing to happen, right? So it's pretty useful. You can see there's some funny things that happen at really, really high speeds. The Roomba can't like get to its target. Also, I should probably lower that threshold a tiny bit, I guess. Let's do like 8 pixels. There we go. But yeah, you can do that. You can also check on the 2D thing, and so whenever I click, it'll show me the node that I clicked on, which is really useful because you can like click on a node, like this money bag over here. So I've clicked on this node, and now I can see all the things in this money bag and stuff. It shows you the node you're clicking on. I keep clicking on, it's showing the cursor node that I'm clicking on, so it's not always useful, but you can click on this, which is, it shows a list instead. So when I click here, I can click on the node I'm trying to select, right? So let's say I want to click on the Roomba. I click there, I click Roomba. So now I can view what this node is doing. It's got all these, I can see what the properties are live, right? So that's his position. And you can edit these too. So like, let's say you're just kind of messing around and wanting to test things out. I can make him big if I want. And there we go. So it's really useful to be able to change those properties live while the game's running. And I could even like do stuff like this, like change the speed value, you know, make him super fast if I wanted to, just to test it. So yeah, it's very useful. I recommend taking advantage of it. So whenever another money bag shows up, he's gonna zoom. Oh, there he goes. He's quite fast. I think normal is 50, yeah. And then when you close out the game, important thing to keep in mind, these variables are temporary. So if you change things, this is like basically selecting in the remote view. If you change anything in there, they're going to get deleted when you close the game again. So if you want to actually change things and have them stay there, you have to do it inside of the scene tab and change them under here in the inspector. So yeah, I always just launched my game with, or read that. Yeah, I'm going to start doing that now. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Makes it very easy to change things around. Something I feel like is really bad with Godot when I'm working with a tile map and I want to see what layer something's on. I have like 3 layers on top of each other, or I drew in the wrong layer. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, that can definitely be kind of annoying sometimes doing tile map stuff. I do that all the time with Lerdan, where I draw something on a different layer and I'm like, oh man, I really just did it on the wrong layer, didn't I? And have to undo everything. Kind of sucks. I'm getting really tired of my hair flapping. I'm gonna go get my hairband. Hold on. Okay. So I got this hairband, and basically, you just put it on your head, like this, and then it holds your hair out of the way. Yeah, look at that. And now I'm free. Perfect. And all my hair, it's all back here now. Yeah. And it's pretty nice. It doesn't really feel like anything when you have it on. So it's really good for like when I'm like doing stuff, because if I put my head down and I'm doing things, then my hair is constantly just going in front of my face. So this is really nice to have. Because I was playing tennis, and it was so nice to have it for that, because otherwise it would have just been a nightmare. Alrighty. So yeah, I think the Roomba guy's done. We could add in a whole set of upgrades too, if we want to go down that route, just so that you can make him faster and better. Maybe just one, like just Roomba speed. Like I think that's the only thing we'd really have to add in. It would just be a nice little additional boost to him. Just slowly opening up more upgrades and things like that. I might have to modify the upgrade panel to support ascension requirements, because I think it only checks for research right now. That's not a big deal. So yeah, I think we'll do that, because it would be nice. Oh yeah, I also got some walnuts. They call them Wenwan walnuts. So I guess the idea is you like you roll these together like this. You guys probably can't hear it very well when I'm not talking. But you roll them And over time, they smooth out. And then they become like this. They get red and glass-like, right? I think these are actually resin. But yeah, they turn into like this kind of stuff. It's pretty crazy. But apparently it takes like years. You have to roll these things for a long time until they start to look like this. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But they're pretty crazy. What are these things? They're like deformed. I'm pretty sure this is 3D printed. Yeah. A lot of these images aren't real. I think these are real. Yeah. Like, I think the pure red ones like this, I don't know. I don't think this is real. This... It could be real. It's hard to tell. Yeah, they get all shiny. Reminds me of the smooth mud ball. Yeah, it's kind of like that, honestly. Yeah, you have to wear them down for 5 years to get the jade look. It's a lot of work. But eventually they'll get there. Just gotta keep rolling. Forever. The problem, though, that's kind of annoying about these is, like, I have to use a hand to do it. But I'm usually using both of my hands to do things on my computer, so... It's really hard to find the time to roll these around, I don't know. But, oh well. Alright, let's go ahead and add a upgrade for the Roomba, I think. You got 2 feet? No! Ugh. Not the feet walnut. That would be pretty insane. Figure this out. Okay, so I need to make an icon for the Roomba really quick. Oops. I want him to be sort of at a slight angle, probably. Nah, this is misshapen and bad. Egg. Remember egg? I knew something was up, dude. Could probably do this in a better way. I could probably just get a circle and just kind of rotate it. Let's just do that. I have to do it the stupid way, though. Alright, do that. Gonna rotate it. It's gonna need some cleaning up, but the shape is there. Of course, it adds the white in the background. I love when it does that so much. Not so worried about the sprite being 100% perfect. I think it being not perfect is the charm. Someone out there would pay top dollar for that service? For a foot walnut? Oh yeah, something I could do actually here. No, that wouldn't work. No, that's fine. I think that looks pretty good there. It's good enough. I'm not going to spend a million years doing this icon. Maybe that was a little bit too much. Like that is better. Yeah, sure. Alrighty. Cheese time? Cheese time? I can't believe it. Now, unfortunately, it looks a little bit too much like an oval. see, how do I make it less ovular? Drawing is hard, guys. Especially trying to draw stuff like this at a weird angle. Well, I guess what I need to do is make the initial circle not as wacky. So I'll do this. But go almost more like that. Then when I go to rotate it, it's not quite as warped. Yeah, this'll do. I really do wonder where a lot of this music comes from. Empty Warehouse. That might be from Bunger. Some of the music is. But then it doesn't look quite like the right... Maybe if we just go like this now. Actually, that does kind of work. Does not feel like Funger? Okay. I don't know then. It's got water sounds. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. I feel like this needs more like... Maybe I do this. Oh, it might be off? Yeah, it could be. I need to go through like all of the music that I have and assign a little like label to them, just so I know like where they come from. I could probably read in like metadata, honestly, to do that, and just like take like a metadata thing and go through and set all of them, or just have like a big table of like the ones that I know where they're from in the code, and so it's just like, yes, this one is from this game, you know. Because it would just be nice to know. I think not only just for me, but just if somebody wants to know where a song comes from. You could like run a command or something and it'll be like, yes, it's from this game. The worst circle of my life. Let's see, I think this needs to be... pushed out a tiny bit. This would look so bad. Maybe I should just model this in Blender and do it that way. It looks like garbage. It is from Off? Okay, okay, cool. And this one's from Undertale. Or Deltarune. If you're a nerd. Stick that one there. Soul Reach strikes again. Yeah, let's go. Okay, good enough, you know? I'm not gonna spend a billion years doing this. Alright, I need to show wheels. We'll just draw some little wheels in here, you know? Something like that. I imagine a Roomba... Sorry guys. Roomba would have 4 wheels for stability. Then I added like a little thing back here. Sort of looks like this. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy, guys. It's crazy. It's cracked. Anyways. let's see. No pressure, just curious. Do you have a release date in mind for 1.1? I'm not like setting a super specific date just because I don't want to like rush too hard or feel like I have to get things done. I really want to spend time to like refine things, but probably not too much further away. What date would probably be reasonable? Today's the 25th. I feel like sometime next week, I feel like is pretty doable. I'm still kind of conflicted on whether I want to work on adding in a new zone for fish. I think I probably will. I've thought about adding in like the deep sea zone and having like a new pressurized liquid type, but the only issue with that is it would mean like you wouldn't be able to do any saltwater synergies and stuff with those kinds of fish. So yeah, it's one of those things I need to kind of think about how I want to do. It's hard to say. I might brighten this whole thing up a little bit. I think the other one was brighter than this. And then I can go through and do some more specific lighting. There we go. But yeah, I think it's reasonable to say probably sometime next week. But no promises. Because I'm still not 100% sure. There's still things like that that I need to figure out, you know? Some of that. I don't know what else would be on this. I know usually they have like a little brush thing in the front. So it'd probably be some like section like this. Where I would have like a little like... Maybe something this guy could also do. I've thought about making it where there's like garbage that accumulates around your shop too. I think I'll probably have like a system where if you place down trash cans nearby or there's like a radius that they extend, then it prevents the buildup of garbage. I've been just kind of thinking about like little shop sim mechanics like that. Still don't know 100% if that's what I'm going to be doing, but it's possible. Let's get rid of those two. Alright, this is good enough probably. I might do a little bit of some highlights around here. Maybe a tiny bit up there. Just to show that it's kind of like shiny and new and cool. Something like that. It's probably good enough. Good enough. Ship it. Icon. All right. Let's see. You just joined. We create new sprites for new fish being added. We're really focusing more on ascensions today, so I'm just drawing an icon for the Broomba ascension. So we can go into that table now and here and say icon. And I think I also do want to do, all right, this is an icons, an upgrade to make it get faster. So let's go ahead and do that, shall we? So in upgrades, this will probably be sort of under all these other things in here, vitamins. That's per tank upgrades. Pot catch rate. Put it under here. And we'll say... So now I need a new thing in here, which is required ascension. So we'll have to work on that. Li upgrade, Roomba speed. We have to figure out what makes sense here for the prices and stuff. Makes your Roomba collect something % faster. Equipment. Cost scaling is set to 2. I probably will have a maximum level on this. So let's start the Roomba off at like a slower speed. I'm thinking something like 10 maybe. And then over time, I want it to go up to 50. So how would we have to do that? So let's say it goes up by 20% each time. So 10 divided by 50 needs to be, or 50 divided by 10 or whatever, 5 times faster. So maybe we up it by 50% each time. So 50. So 50%. So 5 divided by 0.5. So we need to have like 10 upgrades at 50% increase each time, I think should be about right. So 50% faster, maximum 10. And let's start it off quite a bit higher, probably. That should be good. It's exponential, so it's going to go up by 20, 40, 80, 160. Maybe that'll be fast enough. We'll see. Hey, Josh, welcome in. How's it going? I gotta get back into making music. That is always what I'm telling myself. It would be cool. Been just so busy with the programming and stuff. I haven't done any music stuff in a while. Let's see here now. Okay, so right here, this is what we do. We're gonna check if it's locked. So required ascension. And then let's go back into our upgrades table. Make sure that has a thing. Oops. Pogo Rocket music. Don't know why that has a space. So this is going to say requires ascension. I don't think I have that string anywhere yet. Let's go look. It's a Roomba. Yeah, that's what it is. Nope. But I have requires research. So let's go copy this and make a new key. Hold on, I have to go to the right component. Translations, English. Also, to any translators, we did a big update to Weblate last night, so I don't know if it really changes much. But maybe it'll be more stable and faster, who knows. Text that explains what ascension is required for an upgrade. Alright. If the update doesn't come out next week, I'm selling all of my Candy Crabs to PetSmart. No. Please don't do it. Why am I using this? What am I doing here? Research data. If I don't have it. So I'm not checking the level. Okay. So let's make sure this is right. So if upgrade required ascension, completed ascension doesn't have required ascension, call this ascension data is global.ascension table .get upgrade data required ascension. All right. And now down here we say requires ascension, and we're going to go use our ascension color, which I don't remember exactly what it is, but I think it's this one. Boom. And hopefully that'll work. So that'll set it to be locked. And locked is like a global thing, so I think it should just work. We'll see what happens. Change the name on this. Roomba speed. Okay. Then we have to go into the fill description code and fill that out. Let's go do that really quick. Ugh. Li upgrade Roomba speed. Desk is desk.format. Percent is equal to 50. All right. Hope it'll work. Let's go try it out, guys. I'm in the rope and a tug of war between like 5 different creative things. I just don't know what I really want to really commit to. I feel that. Just start a new one. Yeah, exactly. That's how I like play games. All right. So we already have the Broomba Ascension. But we have a new Ascension called Ascension, or a new command, Ascension Reset, I believe. Or no, it's Reset Ascension. So now the Broomba's gone. When I load back in here, he'll be gone. All right, so now if I go into the shop and we go to equipment, it shows requires Ascension Broomba. Yeah, pretty epic. So that should work pretty well. And then we have to go into the Broomba and dynamically change the speed now. So we're gonna say var speed, not var. Speed is equal to 10 times global.get ascension level li.ascension dot, or no, not ascension, upgrade level Roomba speed. So let's say that we're at level 10. We want to say 10 times 0.5. So that'll be 5 times faster. And we're multiplying, so we want to say that all 1 plus that. And that should work. So we got that. I'm also just going to print out what speed is so we can double check that it's working properly. Let's go try it. I'm running out of Ascension. Whenever you run that Ascension command, it permanently like deletes your Ascension. I need to have a way, like maybe on load, it checks if you have invalid Ascension allocation or something and refunds it to you. We'll see. All right, so anyways, just got the Broomba upgrade. He's going around. So this is his base speed. And then it's printing out here what his speed is right now, which is 10 pixels per second. So then I can upgrade it. Now it shows 15, 20, 25. I'm out of money. So it should go up to 50 after it's all said and done. 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. And that caps out at level 8? Which doesn't make any sense. Well, it's fine. We'll just cap it at level 10. Wait, that did work? Speed is still showing 50. No, 60, okay. That's fine. His maximum speed will be 60. And he's broken. Let's decrease his distance away that he can check. There we go. Look at him go. He's super fast. So I think that should be pretty much fast enough to keep up with any speed of donations coming through. Hopefully. If I do add like ways to make donations faster, then I'll give him more levels so that he can get faster, but I think that's probably fine for now. So yeah, new upgrade and Ascension. Pretty cool. Oops, not Roomba. Ascension. He goes around and auto collects donations. Added the Roomba speed upgrade. All right. I misread the track title is Walter's White. You're so cooked, dude. By the way, you can open up that command prompt on the... Yeah, that's... I know about that. I haven't bothered getting rid of it because nobody even knows the commands anyways, and, you know, I don't really care if people want to experiment around with it. You know, learning is just a single-player game, so it doesn't mean anything to me if somebody wants to cheat and, like, give themselves money and stuff. So, let's go. 100 reviews, guys. Let's take a screenshot. Epic. Yeah, thank you, Ham, for the review. I appreciate it. It's pretty crazy that we're already at 100 for Lured In and Starground over the past 3 years or whatever. Almost. Or, well, 2 years of launch is at 150. I think we'll probably eclipse Starground in not too long in terms of review count, I imagine. So. Welcome back. No offline income was generated. Buy the tip jar in the shop. Okay. Wonder if I should make it now where you can pick up the Roomba and swing it around. I don't know. Maybe another time. Should I make it so you can pet the Roomba? That'd be kind of crazy. Maybe eventually. All right. Well, I think we're gaming. Cool. I need to fill out the marketing tab with more upgrades. I just don't know exactly what kind of upgrades I want to put in there right now, you know? Because I mean, these all make sense. Basically anything that has to like do with like money, right, is really like a marketing upgrade. I'll have to think about what would work in there. I have another equipment upgrade I want to add in, but it definitely becomes quite a big section, so I don't know. I might have to add in a new tab to the shop for like fishing equipment versus like aquarium equipment, you know what I mean? Because we have now pots and all the fishing upgrades, but now we have the Broomba speed and the sponges. So maybe it would be a good idea to separate those two. I don't know. Yo, just caught my 1000th fish. Let's freaking go. Epic. Yeah, I had to remove the trillionaire achievement. I didn't really like say anything to anybody about it. It's funny, it still shows I have it here. It's weird, even though it's gone. I think if I add it back in, then it'll probably appear again. But yeah, the rates for people getting that achievement were like so insanely low. I was like, all right, this is kind of unfair to everybody. Like this one is still low, but it's not like so low to the point that it's impractical. Like you can still do this pretty reasonably. You just got to really invest a lot into your pots and stuff, and you can hit that if you focus on it. But this one is like, this one is insane. No, it's like you've got to spend like 5 days just doing nothing, and that's like just not fun in my opinion. So I decided, yeah, let's go ahead and remove that temporarily. I'll probably add it back into the game though when we release 1.1, so don't worry. But yeah, this is getting to a point where it's kind of ridiculous. I did get the Hello Neighbor 3 playing test. I don't know if this game is gonna be good or not. Apparently it's made by the original guy that made Hello Neighbor though, so maybe it'll be better. But not hold my breath. Get rid of it like right after I got it. I do apologize to anybody that did spend the time to get it. I mean, I didn't want to screw everybody's achievement stuff up, but it's kind of like just not fair to people. It'll come back though, so don't worry. Kind of wish research would go into money after you have all the research nodes, like the when the special advertising or something. So I did actually add in an NPC for 1.1 that will give you fish for research. So it's kind of a way to repurpose your research for other things. So it's actually an ascension in here, the scientist. So when we unlock that, and just speed up the game really quick so they arrive. Boom, scientist has arrived. So they make an offer on your research and give a random fish in return. So for 25 research, how does this sound? Boom. So your research now has a purpose. Yeah. It should definitely help. I have like barely any research right now, but if I had like a large amount of research per minute, you know, and I unlocked the government grants and I had a bunch of researchers, like a reasonable level would be something around like this 50 million. If I had like 25 research levels, so I'm making 520 a minute. If I call in the scientist again, I think I have their speed, their like return speed set to like 5 minutes. So, but the amount of research they request is like 10 minutes of research, I think. So it means that if you just keep trading over and over with the scientist, you can actually just completely drain all your research. So I think it should feel pretty balanced. Yeah, we'll see. If it's still not enough and people have a lot of research building up after that, I can definitely add in some kind of like way to just directly convert your research points into money. But your research points, 520 versus 14,000, that's pretty much nothing. So, hello, chef. 1 minnow for $28,000? Well, I suppose. I would like a got trillionaire when it was hard tag on Discord. Yeah, maybe we could do that. When's the artificial update? What would that like have in it? Like robot fish that you can catch or something? It'd be pretty crazy. Hey, Comic Colonel, welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, robot fish you could create with science? That'd be insane. Yeah, you could create like android fish. That'd be wild. I have thought about doing like evil, adding evil things into the game. Oh, also this got set to Nan. I have to be careful about that. How does that happen? How would that become Nan? I'm trying to figure out how. That should be possible. That might just be kind of a fluke. I think it's because I set the game speed to like 16 times. But one game I've played before that has a system like that is Let's Build a Zoo. And in this game, you can kind of just be evil if you want. Where you can like, I think you can like process your animals into meat and stuff and sell it. Which is kind of crazy. I thought it would be kind of funny to have the ability to do stuff like that instead of lured in. Just be able to like be an evil aquarium owner if you want. But maybe eventually. Doing pretty solid. I've been playing Star Miner and Victoria 3. You will work on your game. Let's go. Star Miner. This one? I don't think I've ever seen this game. This looks pretty crazy. It's like you build like a space station. An interstellar fleet. Yeah, that seems pretty cool. Yeah, the movement's pretty fun and the atmosphere is cool. Nice. Yeah, that seems cool. Oh, there's a lot of trailers. Then you said you were playing Victoria 3. I think I've heard of that. Maybe. I don't remember what it's about. Oh, right, yeah, it's like a... Sort of like a... Kind of like Civ, I think, right? But it's more of like a, on like a larger scale. Or more of like a... I don't know how to describe it. There's some games like this. There's like Europa Universalis or something that's like this. Though I guess that's like maybe a legacy map because there's also like the normal zoomed in view. Yeah, more of like an RTS than Civ is. I mean, Civ is an RTS, but it's, well, it's like turn-based, right? I don't know if this is turn-based. Yeah, this seems cool. I do love, I do like games like this. Like Civ is always really fun. Civ 7 was kind of a disappointment, but oh well. I hope Civ 8 is good. Yeah, I don't know. This game was odd. I don't know exactly what they're trying to like. They like arcadified the game a lot, it seems like. I think one of the big sort of things that sucked, in my opinion, is like, I mean, I haven't really played it, but just from what I've seen, like, you're forced to like change your civilization throughout the game, which is a little odd. Because I really like playing Civ and like being the same society from the beginning to the end. I mean, it'd be cool to see if like the society you are evolves throughout time, but having to completely change to a different one is a little weird. I mean, why have people said it's bad? Oh yeah, the UI. I was watching the UI. I was like, that seems not good. They made some weird changes to it all. I do like the UI in Civ 6 because it feels really very similar to 5, but just kind of improved a bit. But this one, it's almost like, I don't know. It seems like they like simplified it, but like not in a way to make it easier to use, just more annoying to find the things that you need to find. Which is kind of sad. Yeah, just lots of issues. I don't know. Civ 7 to me is like one of those things where it's like, why would I drop $70 on the game when I already have Civ 6? That's like cool and has like, no, that's Civ 7. That's cool and has like epic DLCs and stuff. And also goes on sale for like $6 every day. So. But yeah. The Anthology Bundle. Collection complete. Do I have every DLC? I don't think I have like the leader pass or something. The New World. Do I? I probably have that one. Did I get that one day? Oh, it was probably on sale or something. The New Frontier Pass. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I used to play a lot of Civ 5 before 6 came out. That one was pretty fun. It got uninstalled in the Great Hard Drive incident. Yeah, Civ 6 has got a lot of really fun stuff. I like the power system and things like that with Civ 6, honestly. I don't know. This is cool. For achievements, what do you think about reaching X dollars or reaching a certain stage without putting a fish in a tank? That would be pretty crazy. Yeah, basically just reaching a certain like income threshold through selling fish. Yeah. Something like that could be fun. With achievements, I want them to be sort of like not impossible to achieve, like the Trillionaire achievement, but still something that can like take a little bit of like planning or thinking through, you know? Certain income without putting any fish in a tank. Because, like, when I think of stuff like that, I don't know, some of the Factorio achievements are fun, though there are some in here that I don't like. I don't want to do any time-based achievements because I just think those are extremely frustrating. Like these ones here in Factorio where you have to beat the game within 40 hours. And oh my god, doing that in Space Age is just... what on earth? Almost impossible. But I like some of the limitation ones they have in here, where it's like, do this without doing this. I finally completed this one after 1 billion years. I just never bothered to do it. But you have to launch a rocket without crafting fewer than 111 items. It wasn't really that hard. It's just a matter of discipline, just not crafting anything in your inventory. But I like stuff like that. But man, the speedrun achievements, I hate. I hate those kinds of achievements, guys. They're super annoying. Eat a legendary fish? How do you even do that? Or I guess you just keep recycling a bunch of fish. I need to look into how the quality system works. I'd like to mess with that more. Civ 7 is definitely more in the vein of a tabletop game instead of a sandbox. Yeah. I think that's probably why it's gotten such a negative reaction from everyone. Because it's kind of like almost like fundamentally changing the genre of what Civilization has been from the very beginning, you know? And sort of making it more of like a... less of like this sandbox adventure you're going on, more of like a little like... you know... more small self-contained experience, if that makes sense. Just more gamified. Yeah, I don't think this would be my kind of Civ. Because I really like I don't know, the sandboxy elements of 5 and 6 and stuff. I've never played 4. I don't know what that one's like. But I bet it's also pretty good. It's old. It's from 2005. When was Civ 5? Okay, it's only 5 years. Then Civ 6 is 26. So they do one like every 5 years, basically. There's a big gap, though, after 6, I think, because that was 2016, and then 7 came out in like a million years after. I think it's just because 6 did so well. I mean, look at like 5. 5 does have a lot of reviews, but it's also 16 years old. But then Civ 6 is the most popular one in the whole franchise. So that's probably why they sat on that one for a long time, just because it did so well. 4 is so old, but nice. Yeah. There are some old games I really do enjoy. I always bring this one up, but... oh yeah, they did this one too. I forgot about this one. I feel like this one didn't really deserve like a super mixed rating like it got. It wasn't that bad. I still prefer this one probably over 7. I need to actually try 7, but it wasn't that bad. But yeah, the game I always bring up that is very old that I still like is Total Annihilation. And usually I'm not like a super big like RTS gamer, you know? But I don't know, this one for some reason is just really fun to me. I think it's because it's sort of like... I don't know. I really always love playing this game just in like an easy mode so I can just build like the ultimate base. I just like the building stuff, you know, like figuring like unlocking new technologies to take advantage of like ore deposits better and stuff. This is kind of fun. So Kinsey on YouTube, welcome in. How's it going? But yeah, now they just work on like what, World of Tanks. Anyways. So yeah, let's just keep chipping away at our ascensions. So we got the Roomba done. I think a lot of these other ones should be pretty straightforward too. Now stuff like the auto feeder, we have to think about how those are going to work and whether those are going to be like employees or not. A lot of people have asked for employees. And like, yeah, I could, but I don't know. Going good. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. We're just working on adding in new ascensions today into Lurden, so. Oh yeah, research donations. I forgot about that one. That would be kind of nice, just to boost your like research generation early game. So we could either tackle the auto cleaning or the auto feeder. I do want those to be pretty, like... I don't know how I'm going to balance those, in all honesty. I think just make them really expensive to put on a tank, so it's like sort of... You can't really get them until endgame. Because I don't know how else I would balance it, right? Or maybe like make it cost a certain like ratio of the tank cost. So like, let's say the tank cost $1 million or something, then it costs like 10 times how much the tank cost. Maybe something like that. You thought of a game idea today? Oh yeah. What's the idea? If you want to share, you don't have to. Can make them so after a while you got to repair them. I could do that. The only thing I see with that though then is like, why even buy them then? You know what I mean? Just because then it's like, okay, well, these things are supposed to automate the process for me, but now I just have to, I still have to manually go through and fix them so it hasn't automated anything. Right? That would be the issue I see with a system like that. It kind of like defeats the purpose of what the object is. So I'm not sure. My game idea was a survival game, but you're a vampire. Oh yeah? Or a vampire. What is that? Oh, this is like a... Oh, half human, half vampire. Okay. That makes sense. There is a game somewhat similar to that called V Rising. Just a heads up. But that's why it's a good idea, because people are doing it. But yeah, this is pretty much a survival game. I mean, it's less so, I guess, of a survival game. I mean, like, you do... It's more of like a... How would you describe it? It's like an open world... I mean, it is a survival game, but it doesn't have, like, hunger mechanics or anything, so... It's more of a exploration game, I would say. Base building exploration game. But it's pretty fun. I do enjoy playing this game. Still need to beat Dracula on brutal difficulty. It's really hard, though. But yeah, vampires, I think like a lot of other things, it's more of like a theme than it is a genre, you know? Because you've got like, it's the same thing with like zombies or just horror in general. It's like a flavor that you can add onto a game. It doesn't necessarily have to... So like you could do so many different things with the concept of a vampire. If it's an employee, maybe it can be capped with the cleaning speed so that they're... Yeah, so that it's there, but not as fast as you cleaning it yourself, so you can do both. Yeah. That would probably be sort of the way to go about it, is like, they can clean your tank, but maybe it's like technically not optimal for them to clean it. Something like that. So Mr. Santiago, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, so you can only go outside at night. Yeah. It's a similar thing in V Rising where you get like burnt in the daylight, so you got to stay in the shadows and stuff. Yeah, employees. Yeah, this is what's hard about adding in ascensions like these sometimes. Luckily, it was easy with the Roomba because it's just a thing of speed. So if you have like a lot of donations coming in, then you have to spend the money to upgrade the Roomba. Also, it's kind of like there aren't really any mechanics to make the collecting easier, so it doesn't feel like I'm ruining anything by automatically collecting those donations. But with like cleaning the tanks and stuff, that's like a mechanic I introduced to the player in the tutorial. So it would be a little odd if you just fully automated that away. I don't know. It's really hard to say. Same with like feeding, because also we have an upgrade to make your fish food lasts longer. You know, this one, the slow release pellets. Like, what is like a reasonable maximum level hit on this? Like, if I spend... So like at this point we're at like level 19, how long does this last for? So that's 42 minutes. I mean, that is quite a long time. The only thing with this mechanic here is it's kind of like, I want those things to be there to encourage people to play actively, right? And so I guess automating them away can feel a little bit odd. Because then it's not even a matter of staying online to play if it just does it for you. But it's hard to say, because this is also a thing about incremental games. It's like that feeling of overcoming the manual work that you have to put in is a big part of what makes it feel good to progress. So like, even though it does kind of make that upgrade obsolete, like, it still does sort of feel like it would be a nice progression from beginning to end game when you have enough ascension points to spend on those upgrades, right? So I don't know. Look at that value. What? My next point is trillion. Something happened there. I think that's the 64-bit integer limit, yeah, because I hit like 200 ascension. Fine, I'm testing Godot mobile. Oh boy. That would be a little scary to use. As a port, it's touch sensitive, but the commands and shortcuts are still the same as on PC. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever want to do development on mobile. Yeah, my perspective is like I enjoy the progression of incrementals and the increasing numbers, but decreasing effort. Yeah. Right, that's the thing. It's like, it's nice to feel that in an incremental game of like, yes, finally, after all these hours of having to manually clean my tanks, I can just have a robot do it for me, you know? So yeah, I feel that. I might honestly make the algae appear on your tanks faster, because I've noticed it's kind of a really long gap in how frequently the algae actually shows up. So we might do that. Mobile has improved a tiny bit in the latest patch. Yeah, they did do some stuff, I think, in the newest version in 4.7 for mobile. So it's kind of crazy, though. I think I'd probably just instead rather use a laptop, you know? But I've always been a computer gamer, so... can I ask you a question about the engine? Yeah, sure. Happy to answer anything. Oomba. Look at him go. So yeah, that maximum speed is easily keeping up with all the donations so far. Which is good. I want the maximum level to feel that way, you know? Well, I think we just need to embrace the automation aspect, you know? I think it's fine. Because at the very end of the game, you want your ascension points to feel worthwhile. And if there are ways for you to automate stuff like that, then I feel like that's a good use of your ascension points. So. Also, we got ads going on. My apologies, everybody. Yeah, I prefer computer 100%, but mobile's nice when I don't have my laptop. Still clone my repo and do some work here and there. That's definitely true. I mean, if you have it set up with like GitHub and stuff, then it'd be not too bad. I don't even know how you would do that on like iOS, for example. Like, how do you do that? Is there like a GitHub app or something that you can like put files? I have no idea. But I hate to answer people when there's ads going on. We'll just wait for the ads to be over before I answer a bunch of questions about stuff. Ugh. Tired. Not as tired as last time, though. I was really tired. I wonder if I should bother fixing the fact that you can put researchers in the store. I was thinking of just like doing like a little like question mark that appears above their head, you know, because I do kind of think it's funny how they just give up and they're confused when you move them over, and it's like not a problem. It's not. I don't know if I'd technically even classify it as like a bug. So. Robot. Dog. When I added in dogs, everybody started asking me to add cats. So I might have to do that now. I don't know. Maybe like cats or kittens or whatever would like increase the value of the donations, whereas dogs increases the speed. I don't know. Come on, ad, hurry up and be done with. It's so annoying. The fish. How high does the vitamins get? Like if I buy quite a few of them. So that can be like a 60% boost. I mean, that's pretty good. It's not bad. I do want to add in more lures too. I've got a couple ideas for those right now. And ads are over. All right. Very sorry about the ads. I just didn't want to answer everybody when nobody could hear what I'm saying. So what if for the algae cleaning, when you what if you make a fish set that would prevent algae growth? We do actually have some fish have an algae multiplier. So if I give myself all the fish, you can see some of these guys do eat algae. So the bristlenose pleco makes the algae 60 or like 0.60 multiplier, right? So it slows down the growth of the algae. So I have implemented that mechanic, but I think it's something that like, maybe it's the fact that like the algae doesn't really appear fast enough for it to feel like that matters. It's hard to say, but I don't think people ever really care about that system. You think it's possible to make a tactical RPG with Godot? Ask my friends, and most of them work with Unity or G Develop. I think pretty much anything is possible in Godot. There's not really any limits. I mean, let me make sure I know what a tactical RPG is. Okay, it's got like grid combat and stuff. Almost like Mugenics then. Yeah, it's totally practical to make a game like this. Honestly, this kind of game wouldn't be too difficult in Godot, I feel like. If this is what you're talking about, having like a little grid-based thing. You can do anything in Godot. There's no limits. So I think it's like a misconception that there are limits to Godot, because there just aren't. The only limit is your ability to do things and your own creativity, basically, you know? How good are you at programming and drawing and all that stuff? Those are the only real limits. I mean, people have made insane stuff in Godot before, so... I mean, I definitely wouldn't do any multiplayer stuff, because that gets really hard. It's not that multiplayer is impossible. I did multiplayer in Godot, but I just wouldn't recommend it for anything super complicated. Although it wouldn't be like the worst thing ever with a game like this, since it is like turn-based and it's all a grid, so it wouldn't be the worst. But I probably wouldn't recommend it. Obviously, if some algae cleaning aspect gets added, the setting to turn off algae growth will be removed as well. I don't know if I'm going to remove that. I think I'm like, those gameplay options are there for like people that have issues doing those kinds of mini games. Like if you have like wrist issues, it's really nice to be able to just turn that off and not worry about it anymore. Because I don't want to force people to... I don't want to punish people for having, like, issues. So, I think I'll probably leave that in. Yeah, 100% possible. So the Spire 2 is made with Godot. Yeah, you can do anything. But I hate cats. I don't, like, hate cats. I just always prefer dog over cat. But, you know. It's not really about what I like. It's about what the people want, so... I think cats are awesome. All animals are awesome. Even ants, yeah. Animals are cool. What? Sprite editor inside of Godot? Oh, yeah. Whoa. This is crazy. This is a plugin. Oh, yeah, it's probably on the new asset store. Do things cost money yet on the asset store? I think it's still... They don't have that set up yet, right? Yeah. This is kind of, like, cursed, but it's cool. It is cool. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, actually. Weird that it just gives you presets. I don't know why it wouldn't just let you type in a number for the resolution. That's kind of a major issue, if that's not something you can do. Yeah, you can do, like, animations and stuff, sprite sheets. What is nice about having it integrated in is, like, you can control the parts of it, like the FPS and stuff, in Godot's terms, right? Which is really cool. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Yeah, you can get a little animation preview. I mean, I'm sure it's quite simple. Probably only really designed for pixel art right now. But nonetheless, it's still pretty crazy. Or nevertheless, whatever. Huh. Yeah, pretty wacky. Let's see here. You're talking more Final Fantasy Tactics? I've never seen that game. Oh yeah, this is totally feasible. This really wouldn't be too bad to do, especially if you get like asset packs and stuff if you're unable to do 3D modeling. I don't even know if this is a true 3D. It probably is 3D, yeah, they've got shadows and stuff. Yeah, this wouldn't be the worst. I could think of a lot of genres that are way harder to do. Still in the ad break. It should have been over. It said that it was over. That's stupid. Well, hopefully you're out of it now. Wonder if you have any ideas to have old fish be less obsolete as you progress. Yeah, synergies does help a lot with that. And I want to keep adding in stuff like that. I've thought about some systems to sort of like tier up your fish. Whether that's like leveling up a region or merging them together to get like higher tier fish. There's some ideas floating around with that. Synergies does help, but I know it's not a perfect solution to everything. I think the way to really fix that is just like multiple layers that work on making earlier fish more relevant. Yeah, turn-based stuff is pretty simple. The limit is probably higher end 3D stuff. I mean, I've seen some really good looking games, honestly, in Godot before. This is always the example I bring up. A Road to Vostok was made completely in Godot. And obviously it's not GTA 6 quality, but this is made by one person, keep in mind. But you can still get things looking like pretty solid within Godot. So if your goal was to do AAA graphics and you have the knowledge to do it, you know how to do modeling and texturing and all the skills that you need for that, then the engine itself can handle the lighting just fine. It's really not that hard. The hardest part about good looking graphics is not the lighting or the engine. It's really just comes down to the quality of your assets, right? That's the only thing that really matters. Yeah, I haven't seen many constraints for Godot. Only issues are people that are using it, they create the problems. Exactly, yeah. It's kind of true. Yeah, I've Godot and appreciate the simplicity of GD script. Yeah, I've enjoyed GD script so far. I was never really like a big Python programmer, so I had to learn sort of everything from scratch, but it's pretty easy. But yeah. Wish you a good stream. Gonna continue watching that video. Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, thank you for coming in the stream. I appreciate it. Also, David, welcome in. I'm seeing Final Fantasy Tactics on screen. Not sure if my stream is just way behind after the ad. That was a little minute ago. I'd probably refresh your browser, which sucks. Randomly, it just decides to like make people's streams like super out of date. So I would probably do that if I were you. So Thrash, thank you for the follow. That happens to me all the time when I'm watching stuff on Twitch, and then I realize I'm like a whole minute behind. It's really frustrating. It's like, what? This whole time I've been living in the past. Yeah, it's stupid. Well, let's actually decide what's the next section we're gonna do. So how would these systems work? Let's talk about the auto cleaning right now. So we have basically two ways of doing auto cleaning. It's either through employee or it's through filtration. Because really, if you think about it, algae buildup is just because your tanks are dirty. And so if you just have a filter inside of your tank, then it'll be fine. I mean, really, algae buildup, I think, is caused by high nitrate levels. But you know, it's a video game, so don't worry about the specifics too much. Yeah, it seems pretty amazing stuff in the Godot Discord. Yeah, there's insane things people are working on. So many projects that you have no idea that they're made in Godot. You would just think, oh yeah, that's just some AA studio working on something in Unity or Unreal. And then you're like, oh, it's Godot. That's crazy. How long have I been working on this game? I've been working on this now for about 7 months. So it's been going pretty good. Why is the review thing always like so inconsistent on Steam? See, I refresh the page and then it changes again. It's so weird. But yeah, about 7 months. We launched on the 17th, so it's going pretty good. We're just working on post-launch updates. So, employee or filtration? That's what we have to figure out. Yeah, I like the vibe of the filtration more, but I don't know. Yeah, it is hard to say. I mean, like, I could add employees, but then it's just another thing I gotta add in, another character running around doing stuff. It's not impossible to do, but it's just annoying. Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, I like the concept of the filtration. Yeah, it'd be a pretty expensive upgrade as to not make the sponge completely obsolete. I mean, it could be something where it's like it never 100% stops algae forever. And that way, like, the sponge is not completely pointless. So maybe, like, it just slows down the rate of growth. So you do have to buy a bunch of upgrades to the filtration system. So... oh, sweet, I'm gonna wishlist right now. Let's go. Thank you very much. I hope to get a Steam game up one day. I definitely recommend it. I think it's such a great, like, opportunity to learn things, you know? Like, of course, development is important, but, like, sometimes launching your game, there's things you get to learn that you don't really normally, like, just going through the process of like marketing things, and you know, it's important if you actually want to make money. So how hard would a mix of both be? I mean, I could do both, but it's kind of like, what would both do, I guess? If I had both filters and employees, I don't really know. So yeah, it's really hard to say. Well, never mind, just purchase. Let's go. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Just wish I had the money to post a game on Steam. Yeah, there's the $100 application fee, but you know, you get it back anyways. I have definitely gotten it back by this point. Once you make over $1,000, you get your $100 back. So it's kind of like, it's not. People look at it as like it's this permanent expense that's gone forever. But if you're actually serious about launching a game, then you know, you'll just get it back. So it's really not too bad. I am glad that Steam has that application fee, just because if it didn't, I think we'd have so much slop on Steam. There is already a lot of slop on Steam, but you know, it'd be less, or it'd be a lot more slop if there wasn't a $100 threshold. Because otherwise you could just put up as many games as you possibly can and just flood it with garbage. I mean, you see that a lot with itch, you know? Or yeah, like Roblox, exactly. So it's a good little like thing for a developer. It's like, okay, $100, it's not an insane, ridiculous amount of money, but it's also high enough to where it's, you know, something that you have to like be sure about. So because realistically, how difficult would filtration be? I mean, filtration would be really easy for me to add. I just need to draw a little sprite that sits in the corner of your tank, and then an icon for the upgrade, and that's basically it. So filtration, I think, is by far the easier route to go. I mean, employee, I think if I do like an employee system, I don't want it to just be like a part of a research or ascension. I think that would be a whole different system. I think it'd be like where you have like an employee screen and can choose what your employees are doing and hire them, and it actually like cost money and stuff. I think that's how that would go. See, I really started game dev and understanding programming techniques and patterns since March. Yeah. Made a lot of progress and have about 220 hours in Godot. Very cool. Yeah, it just takes practice, right? That's really what it's all about. So yeah, very cool. The biggest difference, I think, something people don't say enough, but like working on something and especially launching a game instantly puts you ahead of like almost everybody trying to be a game developer, you know? Like it really is, it's not a matter of your like technical ability. Like it's just simply a matter of endurance, you know? Your first launch is never going to do very well. Mine was a complete disaster. I still haven't made back, I haven't made any money off of Pogo Rocket at all. Because I haven't hit like the threshold Steam requires for a payout. So, yeah, just keep working on stuff and release games. And I think it's, yeah, it's just all about your like willingness to learn and actually do things. Flirting is going well. Yeah, it's going pretty good so far. I've been just public with the stats and stuff because it's fine. So let's go look. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to show all my stats because I don't know. There's no, I double checked that you're allowed to show your stats. The only thing would be like a publishing agreement, but there's nothing in the agreement I have with Graham that says anything about showing information, so I don't think Graham would care. But yeah, we've made $69,000. Nice. But obviously I don't get all of that money. I think this is another common misconception with Steam revenue is people look at that amount of money and think like, oh, you know, I'm going to get $69,000. It doesn't work that way. First off, Steam has to, you know, there's chargebacks, taxes, there's like VAT taxes and stuff, returns. So, and then after this, Steam takes 30% of this, and then also, you know, I have a publisher, and they get a cut too. So after everything's all said and done, I'll probably end up with only about 50% of the net that I've made here. So it's not like I'm just going to have 70,000 in the bank. You know, it doesn't work that way. So half of 57, we're looking around like 28,000 so far, which is still pretty good. Not complaining. But yeah. Unfortunately, it's not really a median salary or anything in the US, especially where I live, because Colorado is kind of like, compared to a lot of other states, has a much higher cost of living. You know, if I lived in like Louisiana or something, then my cost of living would be super low, but not in Colorado. Everything's super expensive, but it is what it is. But it's still pretty good. If I could hit like 60,000 a year, that would be like the ideal annual income, you know, to where I could probably like afford to live. And actually like rent an apartment and pay for food and stuff. Any less than that, and it's cutting it pretty close, I don't think I'd be able to. So then yeah, we're at 41,000 wish list, though wish lists don't mean anything after launch, really. And I guess they could potentially be helpful for like a sale or something, you know. But otherwise they don't really mean anything. We got 8,000 on launch day. Is insane. We went into launch with around 20,000 wish lists, so. Let's see up here. Yeah, go through GUP. I enjoy the mechanics of the gameplay. Thinking the mechanics of the gameplay. Yeah, design is always like, as time goes on and I make more games, design becomes more and more relevant. The programming and the art and all that stuff kind of just stops being important. And the only thing that matters is design. First stage, finish games. Yeah. Oh, you actually made a prototype and uploaded it to itch? Oh, let's go. Nice. I mean, even launching on itch is still better than not launching anything at all, right? So the reviews to actual purchase ratio always blows me away. Yeah, that's something that's always pretty insane about sales and stuff on Steam. You never think about it as a consumer, but when you launch a game, you realize like, oh wow, the ratio is usually like 1 to 100. So for every 100 people that buy your game, you usually get 1 review, right? People just don't review very much on Steam. But it does like make you realize how insane some games are. You look at a game like Terraria, and Terraria has 1.2 million reviews, not sales. So you take 1.2 million, you multiply that by 100, and that's a lot of money. That's just sales. So you're looking at 120 million sales probably from Terraria. And obviously this is an estimate. Multiply that by, let's say on average, $5 with sales and everything and stuff. That's $600 million. That's insane. Imagine becoming like almost a billionaire from one game launch. Now, obviously Relogic has a lot of employees and stuff. It's not like one person got $600 million, but still, it's pretty wild. Have I worked out how long you dev for the game and the money to work out, say how much you got per month for the development of the project and stuff? Yeah, it's pretty easy to do. So I worked on it for about like 7 months total. To be fair, a lot of the time through those 7 months, I was also working on Starground and Deadlift and stuff. So I wouldn't necessarily say it was 7 months straight of hard lured-in development. If I really focused harder just on lured-in, I could probably get it done in maybe 5 months or less. But let's say I spent 5 months total development time, you know, assuming I'm excluding the time spent on other projects. So that would be around 150 days of work. Let's say I'm working, oh, I don't know. I mean, it varies so much, but it's probably like 8 hours a day or something. So that's 1,200 hours of development time, right? Then you take my earnings, which is $28,000. Divide that by my hours worked, and that's about $23 an hour, which is actually pretty good. I mean, that's above minimum wage. So definitely like a solid use of time, really, if you think about it. I mean, hourly rate, let's see. Yeah, hourly rate is, yeah, I mean, hourly rate is a little, doesn't matter so much. It's kind of hard to quantify too, working on a project like this. I think the most important thing is just how much money you have in total at the end of the year, more of like a salary kind of thing. But because also the thing is like, now I've got to spend another 6 months or whatever working on the next project, and I won't get any, well, I'll still be making money from Lurden and Starground, but it's like the time you're working on making a game, you don't get any money. So it seems like it's a bunch of money, but I have to stretch this money out for a long time. So never assume that much from a game with 100 reviews. Inspiring, yeah. It's pretty crazy. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, we're at 11,000 units now. I need to like put a little post up somewhere on Discord that's like, we hit 10,000 sales. It's only July, right? You can make more the rest of the year. Yeah, definitely. I think, I mean, it's only been like a week since launch, right? Or it's been 8 days now since launch. Today's Saturday. So that's pretty good. You know? I think typically what they say is over the rest of the year. So you make the same amount that you made in week 1. So let's say that week 1 I made $60,000. Then probably over the course of the next year, we'll end up making another 60,000. So we'd be looking at, you know, 120,000 gross. And then after net and I get everything, then it'd probably be more closer to 50,000 net earnings over the next year or so. So it's pretty good. It's not too bad. And that's just one game, and that was only 6 months, or like 7 months. So it's not really that long. And then you pile that on top of what I earned from Starground and stuff, and it's probably getting pretty close to a $60,000 salary. I still need to make more games. I don't think we're quite there yet, but maybe eventually. People don't review that much in general, I feel like. Not really, no. People just don't really care about reviewing. I mean, I never review games. I only review games if it's a game that I like really like, or if it's like a friend or a fellow developer and I want to support their game. That's literally the only reason. So but yeah, you said hourly, it doesn't matter if you're doing something you'd rather be doing for a bit less income. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that's like why this is still pretty good. I mean, obviously I would make more money being like a full-time software engineer at some big tech company, because the salary in a position like that probably be closer to like $100,000 a year. But I don't want to do that. This is the thing. I enjoy making games and it's fun to me. And I enjoy being able to like, it's just so much more freedom. I can do the things that I want to do. I have complete creative liberty. I can program and draw and do sound stuff and market and do all these other things that you would never get the opportunity to in a traditional software engineering job. And like I get to communicate with real people and stuff. I'm not just like locked in an office all day. So, but yeah, I definitely prefer this toward a normal job. I could pay for my college with that money. Yeah, it's possible. I still do think it's kind of crazy how expensive college is. But oh well. think you put like a sales milestone on your Steam page. It should help with sales too. Yeah, just like talking about, yeah, thanking everybody for the sale count and stuff. I definitely will be doing that. I'll probably put that up on Discord and X and Blue Sky and Steam and all the stuff. I was talking to my wife the other day about how I can't be a salary man for the next 40 years. Yeah, I feel it. I mean, I definitely feel the same way about like job stuff. I can't foresee myself working for some big company for 40, 50 years, you know? That's just not, I can't do it. I don't know. A wage slave, as they call it, I think. That's why I'm trying so hard to make game development work. Because I don't really see a good alternative, right? I don't know. It just seems like not fun to work a job I don't care about forever. So Oscar, welcome in. Also, it's probably the same situation. Is it Oscar with the D or is it Oscar D? Like as in last name? It probably is that. I'd like to be able to give the dog a treat. Don't need a bonus or a reward. I just think it'd be nice, yeah. Yeah, it'd be fun to do that. Maybe there's like a type of decoration you can place down that's like a treat bowl. And you could like pick up one and drop it to your dog. Eventually. It'd be fun to do. What do we do now? Just working on more ascensions. We just added in like a Roomba guy that goes around and picks up cash. We were just sort of talking about the way we want to go about auto cleaning tanks right now. It's a little complicated. There was mention of employees and stuff, and like it could be cool, but I think I was saying if I want to do employees, I think I'd want that to be a separate system from everything. Almost sort of like how the synergies is like a new mechanic that gets
The fish are
added.
talking to me. They can speak.
The fish. Yeah, you didn't know fish could talk? I actually added in a feature, guys. There's a 0.1% chance whenever you boot up the game that the fish start talking to you. It's not real. Okay, it is your second name. Alright, my bad. It's definitely a good safety net that I appreciate, but I'm not built for it. I agree. I don't think I'm built for it either. Yeah, it just seems like, I don't know. The way I view money and stuff, it's like really money is just a way to do the things that you enjoy doing, right? I don't care about being rich. So like all I really care about is just enough money so that I can just keep doing what I want to do. So that's why, like, I don't know, the idea of like working a job that I don't like for my whole life, like what's the point? If I'm not doing the things that I enjoy doing, then having money doesn't matter to me at all. Right? I don't know. Yeah, employees, cool. That's such a new thing to add. Yeah, I mean, employees, I think, yeah, we'll add that as a whole big mechanic instead of like an ascension thing. I think it'd be better that way. Sammy use money for fishing most of the time. I don't care about decorations of the game. Oh, yeah. He wants 4 walls and adobe slabs. Yeah. Someone I know worked a job at the same position for 18 years and couldn't get promoted because, yeah. That's another thing that I also very much dislike about the idea of working for a different company. You have no, like, stakes in that company. And also you're just a number. Like they can just fire you, and then all of that time that you spent working toward something is just gone. That's something I don't like about what companies kind of do, is they like, it's almost like they brainwash their employees into thinking like that they're building towards something greater. Also, we had another Roomba incident. Sometimes he like sits there and freaks out and can't grab a money bag. I don't know exactly what's causing that. Because, I mean, this is a pretty big gap here that he has. It's a little weird. Is he not close enough? I guess. I'm gonna print out what this distance is. It's less than 16. Is it because it's an integer instead of being a float? This doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? But I can't print inside of here. How is this evaluating the false? I don't understand. What? So I'm not crazy, right? That's 18, the number 18. Oh, wait, duh, no, I'm just stupid. So how is he 18 pixels away from the bag? That doesn't make any sense. What is his, like, code set up to do for his pathfinding? Because my guess is what happened is that his, right here, he has a path maximum distance, right? I think I want to lower that to 8 pixels. I don't know how to recalculate his navigation. How do I do that? I'll just get rid of it. Yeah, I had a brain bleed moment for a second. I don't know why he can't sometimes just get to his destination, though. It's a little weird. Okay, so don't set that too low. Distance the agent is allowed away from the ideal path to the final position. So I probably want that one pretty low, I imagine. Okay, 10 pixels apparently is the minimum. I can't go any lower than that. So we'll see if that fixes it. I'll keep this just a little bit higher than like 20. It's okay if he's a little bit further away when he actually grabs the bag. I just don't want him to get stuck. All right, hopefully that fixes it. Alrighty. Oh, also thank you for the wrist check. Now I can do walnut wrist check. I need to start doing that so I actually do the walnuts. About to start searching because I haven't had a promotion in 3 years almost. Yeah. I definitely think it's with job stuff, it's important to like, I know what they always say is like you do actually want to like quit every couple years or something. It's like more optimal if you aren't getting promotions and stuff, you know. Companies are not that evil. Depends on the company, but I definitely value think about that, Drake. I definitely value like owning my own company and deciding my own stuff, so I think it's a cheese time. Donations and levels for upgrades are infinite. If I have infinite money, can I just keep buying? Yeah, I think you can actually. I think sometimes if you hit like the integer limit, it can like cause like a weird infinite money state and you can just buy things forever because you can't like compare them anymore. How do I want to be called? Big boy. That can work, or Chip, or Jesse, or whatever. Doesn't matter to me. Maybe he was targeting another bag, that one dropped on him, he got stuck. I don't know. I think it was just that he just couldn't quite get close enough. I do think it's because of this max path maximum distance. It was set to like 20 or something, so he was able to set a a movement target position that was, also you just phase through that. A movement target position that was too far away from the actual target. So hopefully this will be okay now. Let's go check the aquarium, but there should be a physics collision on the desk. Oh. I may have messed up. What is this collision shape in here? Tip jar. Or it's going to be inside of reception. Maybe. Maybe not actually. Where is that? Oh, desk. Here it is. Layer. Yeah, I forgot to add that to navigation gliders. My bad, guys. And that's what this big collision shape is. Okay. We're fixing collision. There, now they navigate around it. I gotta rebake the reception one here. Make sure that looks good. All right. You should no longer clip into the desk now. Nut check. Yeah, I need to add that in now. Alrighty. Dog. Ugh. Yeah, I think with the person I know, nobody else would hire her. That's a really common thing in the software development industry, is that there's just so, like, all of the companies are firing everybody and nobody's looking for new employees. So you just get fired and then you're screwed and you can't ever find another job. So it's it kind of sucks. That is another reason I like working for myself, because I'm never going to fire myself. It's just not a thing I ever have to worry about. I mean, of course, there is a lot more pressures put onto you as a self-employed person, because everything rides on you, right? If you aren't doing stuff, then you're not making money. But I think that's still worth it, in my opinion. I'm at work right now and just want to code. That's why I use Android version. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. Rez Xco. Welcome in. How's it going? Mostly got into using Godot and followed the iconic Brackeys tutorial. Yeah. Brackeys has done some pretty good videos, I would say, for sure. I think he does a good overview of everything. I watched through them when he posted those. It is cool to see that he's doing Godot stuff now, though. Because for a long time he did Unity and then just stopped making videos. But yeah, now he's back with Godot. I think it's already been a little while since his last video, though. See, Phantom Fire, I just want to quickly pop in and say I really enjoyed the game. Thank you so much. It's 100% the current achievement list. Let's go. Yeah, congrats on that. Very cool. Yeah, I've got plans for more achievements in the future. I'm going to do it kind of like in a big bulk release, because I don't want to like constantly be sprinkling in achievements all the time, because I do find it annoying when I 100% a game and then realize later on that now there's new achievements, because that happened to me with Cult of the Lamb, because I 100% of the game and then they added a bunch of new achievements, so now I have no longer 100% of the game. So it's kind of annoying. This will happen eventually, I'm not gonna lie, but at least we can minimize the number of times that it happens. So 1.1 looks like such a big expansion. It's definitely gonna be a lot of new things. I mean, we've already got a ton of new ascensions in here. Yeah. I want to add in probably a new fishing zone, at least. I want to do more decorations, just a whole bunch of things that I haven't gotten around to with the full 1.0 launch. When people get fired, they become NPCs and lure in. Yeah. It's pretty relaxing. Kind of reminded me of Fish Tycoon. Yeah. That's like the game I always played as a kid, was Fish Tycoon. It's kind of a banger. Though there are like things with Fish Tycoon that I never really liked. I kind of hated how easy it was to kill all of your fish, because I would come back and all of my fish are dead, and it's like, oh no, dude. Yeah, I always really liked this game. I think there are a lot of aspects of this that I've taken into lured in with, so it's very dated these days, I would say, but it's still a cool game. Haven't you thought about getting people to help you with some of the stuff in the game? I do have one person helping. Their name is Sunny, though they've been really busy with finals, I think, in Japan, so it's they haven't really had a lot of time to do very much. But yeah, I mean, the issue with people helping with the game is sometimes when you get people to help, you end up spending more time trying to tell them or like teach them the ins and outs of the project than benefit you would get out of it, if that makes sense. Like, I could have someone come in and help, but then I've got to spend days and days teaching them things, and by the time I've finally done all that, I could have just done the things myself. So that is like one sort of issue with that. And also the other problem is like money and stuff like that, because it's not even enough to really financially support myself. So I just have no room at all to pay other people to develop the game. So that's the only issue. But yeah, I mean, if anyone is interested in helping with stuff, you know, I'm always open to arrangements, but it would just depend. Well, the Lamb is so good. Yeah, it's really epic. I had a lot of fun playing through that. I spent like all of my summer in 2023 just playing through the game. It was pretty cool. Not sure who Brackies is. They're a YouTuber. They used to do, like I was saying, a lot of Unity tutorials on like game development stuff. But now they do Godot. So I mean, it's already been 6 months since their Godot video now, so hopefully they're planning on another one soon. I think there was the Brackies Jam or something. I know he's still doing the Brackies Jam. He might not have done the Brackies Jam for 26 yet, so we'll see. Love the Bunny Bazik fighting area, then Shield Base building site too. Yeah, it's a really nice mashup, honestly. It's good because it gives your like your colony time to do things while you go out and adventure, which is nice. I think it's a good pair. Recently got the inspiration to start learning how to use Godot, and his video is one of the first ones to pop up. Yeah. Any advice when it comes to learning GD script? I would say definitely read the documentation, right? Because there's so much good information in here. There's also a section, like if you don't know how to program, there's this tutorials and resources page here, and there's a lot of really good things in here too. There's, where is that again? I feel like I can never find the link. Yeah, right here. There's this like browser, learn to code with GD script from zero. So if you know nothing about programming, you can run through this, and it's kind of like a little course on programming with Godot. So, and yeah, just learning how to read documentation is super important, you know? Like if you want to know what a Sprite 2D node does or something, you can go into class reference, go to nodes, and Sprite 2D is going to be like right around here. Where is it? Sprite 2D. And it just shows all the information about this node. You've got your properties and methods and signals. And so knowing all of these things is just really, really good. Being able to read all this. So I'd recommend it. Looks awful, bro. Fish Tycoon. Yeah, it's definitely dated for sure. I mean, they're rendering this game in like what, 640 by 360 or something, or 640 by 480. It's like super tiny window. But yeah, this game was from a long time ago, so what a nostalgia attack. We forgot that all your fish would just get sick and die in that game. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, if you didn't feed them and stuff, you come back and they're all gone. This one, and the one that I really enjoyed a lot, was Plant Tycoon. This one's just such a banger. I feel like it has a lot of like similar things to Plant or to Fish Tycoon, but just kind of better. It's a better game in my opinion. But yeah, you place down your seeds and grow these plants and stuff and take care of them and sell them. This is always a really fun one. So maybe the next game, guys, we did the fishing game. Maybe next is the plant keeping game. Never know. Yeah, I've always liked all these last day of work games though. It's like the virtual villagers one. I never really got in that one too much because I was like, I didn't even know how to play it. I was too stupid. But it looks fun. So, I do remember this game. It was kind of fire. No comment. Can we train them to pick up the donation bags? We might have something for that already in the works. Oh, you're saying the docs do not have good tutorials, in my opinion. Ah, okay. I mean, that's fair. They don't tell me why this happens in the doc tutorials. They'll just tell me, do this. Yeah. I mean, that's an issue with almost every tutorial, right? That's why I think it's always a good idea to just learn how to read documentation and detach yourself from tutorials as soon as possible. So, yeah, literally what I'm doing with documentation. Thank you so much for the advice. Yeah, for sure. Happy to help. Yeah, potted in. Exactly. We had to think of some kind of like plant pun, you know? Planted. Or like, I don't know. I think this bean. There's a big thing about this. I didn't even read this. Yeah, this is the person that left a negative review. I think generally it seems like most people are happy I removed the Trillionaire achievement though. Man, I don't know why people are so mixed about it. Like, I'll add it back. Is this not fair? It's fine. We'll add it back. And added more ways to get a trillion. I mean, I don't feel like it would be that hard to make it easier to get a trillion. I mean, if you utilize Ascension more and get more points and stuff, it's not too bad. Especially now with the Roomba and auto-collecting donations, I think that'll make it happen a lot faster. Same with the research and stuff. You can reutilize that. And if I add in another fishing zone, then the fish there are going to be twice the value of the coral reef fish. So that should make it even easier. But we'll do some big testing on everything and make sure it's all feasible. All right, let's add in the auto. Do we want to do the feeder or the cleaner first? Either could work. I don't know. Oh yeah, did I even respond to that discussion? I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Or no, that's not the discussions. Where is it? Where's discussions? There it is. Yeah, I don't think I ever said anything in here. Alright, I'm just gonna leave a comment on here so that people understand what's going on. Temporarily removed. And since it wasn't really in line with how I'd like people to achieve stuff like that. Basically just consists of sitting there for days doing nothing. I'll introducing it next. Not reintroducing. Next week alongside the 1.1 that will include a bunch of new things to make hitting a trillion feel much more practical. That's my official statement. All right. Wish I had a trillion IRL. That'd be pretty nice. Yeah. 1 out of 10,000 chance for the river to follow the player into the sea, and he falls into the water and dies. That'd be pretty crazy. Maybe we could sell or craft it by using fish or sea creatures. Yeah, souvenirs. Be cool if you could go around and like collect stuff on the beach, you know? Maybe. Reported posts. Why was this reported? Oh? Oh, is it because of the... Ooh. Why was the post reported? I don't know. There's an offensive name? This username should not be allowed. What username? This? No, that's who reported it. Z? I don't think that's inappropriate. Is it? Okay, this is the report. This person's username. It's not really up to me to decide what people's usernames are on Steam, so I'm probably not going to do anything about that. But, I mean, yeah, that's like Steam moderation, not me moderation. My laptop always lags when I run any game. Like if I want to look at the remote branch, it takes a while. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the remote branch in Godot can be a little unstable. They should report the person, not the post. Yeah, I don't know why they reported the post. That's kind of odd. That if you wanted to report a username, you go into the person and like report their account. Like you would go in here and like go to this person and report them in here, and not the post. I don't. It's a little odd. Snooze that ad. All right, let's get these new things added. I think it'll be nice to see some more tank upgrades in here anyways. So we'll have one for auto feeders and also one for tank cleaning filtration system. You know, tank filter, right? Something like this. This is like the classic design where you've got the little tube that goes down to suck in the water and then it comes out of there. One of these days, I would like to actually start up my aquarium again. It'd be kind of epic. Yeah, something along this line, I think. We'll just do one sprite for both tank types. This is what mine looks like. Though I think it's flipped on the other side. No, it's on the left. Never mind. Anything else Steam moderation works? I don't know. Tank filter, yeah. I think it'd be cool. Alright, let's draw an icon. 32 by 32. I do kind of like how all these like ambient sounds are starting to layer up on top of each other. You know, you can hear the dog running around and stuff, and the Roomba vacuuming, and The little sounds of the donations dropping. It just makes everything feel more alive as you progress, which is cool. I want to keep doing more of that, you know? Just more and more sounds. Okay. I think we'll literally just do this. Since this is what I want to do. Just put it in. And I'll crop it a little bit. We'll crop it for the icon, but obviously for the actual filter, it'll be longer. And then let's go through and convert it to our art style. Just simplify a lot of this stuff. How do we want to go about this? I don't need this shape here to be so complicated, you know? They can just sort of be like this. Oops. And then it would have this color here. I guess that had to be the same angle as the one down there. So like that. Then this would go up over here. Let's see here. So that sticks out a little bit. So then this would come in like that. I think. I believe. Okay, let's do a darker color in here. And this actually here would be this section coming in. So it'd be like even darker. Sort of like that, or even like... Alright, let's hide that other layer. Okay. Let's see. I can't quite reach the top there. I need it to be the same angle over here. I need to have a pixel gap. Are the menu textures a shader? Is it animated to move like that? Oh, the little like wobbling with the text and stuff. That's all done with a shader, yeah. I'm just using like a wobble shader, so you can find a bunch of different ones on the Godot Shaders website. So they're pretty cool. I do really love using shaders. So we're gonna have like a little window here where the water comes out of. And then all the stuff up here. So that's how that would have to be over there, which I don't really like. I'll just go ahead and shave off a pixel over here and it should be fine. Sort of like that. Actually, this here should be like taller up. So I can actually do like that. And this is where the filter is going to be sitting in and stuff. Alrighty. This will work. I'm doing this design because it's like the one I actually have in real life, so might as well. They always have like vents up here usually for the water. Or for this one I'll do like vertical vents, I think. Let's see. It's kind of tricky to do vents with this perspective. Because any pixel position I do always looks wrong. I guess that's close enough there, yeah. Only messed with one shader before, yeah. There are so many different types of shaders you can use for stuff. It's pretty insane. Let's change that there. Might do a thin little line here. Just to make that look sort of indented there. Okay. Now we need to do a different color for the top. Right? Like that. Okay. I should purposely go up in. This needs adjusting. This needs adjusting. Let's see, we're looking at the side here. So this comes out. So yeah, actually this should come down a little bit more. Something more like that, I think. Then here, that can sort of be indented. Okay. I think we're getting there. And this area is a little higher up than this one, so... do like that. I think that's about what I want here. I mean, probably could do something like that. Nah, it's probably good enough. I'm not going to spend a million years on this. I missed when you got the texture here. You just downscale an image from online. Yeah, that's all I did. I mean, some people will say that that's like cheating or something, but who cares? I'm just, it's just faster sometimes do it that way, and then I go through and kind of make it work for what the game looks like. Let's see. Move those two around. Yeah, it's honestly a good, like, for cases like this where there's like a complicated perspective that's really hard for me to replicate. It's just kind of easier to do it that way, you know? So that's why I do that. I do want this to be sort of rounded on the edge here. I don't have an in-between between this one. We're going to change the color of this probably, though. I don't think I'm going to keep it red. I could see doing like a blue, maybe. I mean, almost every single filter is always black, but that's kind of boring. Maybe like a dark blue. I guess we'd have to do a bright blue. I guess we could just go into gray. Okay. We'll mess around. They always have like this little like blue filter thing in here. I don't know why the filters are always blue. They just are. Now, instead of actually showing the filter in here physically, I think I'm just gonna like make some water coming out and dripping down. Yeah, I think the silver works, so I'll just stick with that. And then also it means I can do some like anti-aliasing stuff around in these corners. We're gonna want to do all that. Just to kind of round out the shape of everything. Then we'll outline it in a minute. Now, I do actually have to... Technically, this would be brighter. Like that. But it would be casting a shadow here. Sort of like that. Yeah. That works. Yo, thank you for the sub, Abra. How's it going? There's a confetti. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. How do you decide what the sprite size is? I just base everything around the other sprites that I have in the game. So like I've made the decision to make all of our icons in the game 32 by 32. I like that resolution because I'm able to put a lot of detail into these icons, and usually they're displayed at like a decent size, so it looks good. But it just depends on what the asset's being used for, right? If you have like a character or something, then you'd probably want to use a different resolution. You wouldn't use 32 by 32. I think sometimes people are too strict with resolutions and they worry too much about it. I think it's just sort of like, you know, do whatever. Like you can change your resolutions for different size objects. Like this lamp is like some weird resolution. The most important thing to remember with sprite resolution is just keep them in scale with each other. So like, let's say that my character is 16 by 32. So they're 16 pixels wide and 32 pixels tall. Then if I make something 16 by 16, I know it is half of the height of my player, right? The resolution of your assets always have to be in proportion to each other. So something that is 64 by 64 will be twice as big as an item or an object that's 32 by 32. So that's the thing to remember always. Also, where's the Roomba? He's broken again. God dang it. Why is he always breaking? I gotta fix this because I don't want him to just randomly... Why is it reporting 26 pixels away? Doesn't make any sense. Whatever, let's just say less than 32. There we go. I mean, it's still close enough to where he's got to get into the bag to collect it, so it doesn't feel like unreasonable. That feels okay, I think. Yeah, that seems fine. No, he doesn't need to be directly on top. I have like this like distance check, so if he's within 32 squared pixels, then he should be able to collect it. But sometimes it's just a little bit janky, I guess. Oh well, it's fine. He seems to be okay, sort of, now. But yeah, I would start with resolutions is like pick your tile resolution. So like if you want your tiles around your shop to be 16 by 16 or whatever, then you make everything in proportion to those tiles, right? So that's what I would say. And you said, yeah, her 32 by 32 is a good size for beginners. I would honestly say maybe sometimes that's too big. I decided to go with 16 by 16 for my tile size for lured in. And I think it's a nice tile size in my opinion. It's all about how the proportion of everything is, you know? So, oh my God, I'm doing it at 50% opacity. Oh my God. I have to undo everything I just did. Okay, I'm at 100% opacity. Just making sure. So stupid. Okay, let's go down here. All that is being dark. So I'll have a little bit of a shadow, but then it'll be circled out. All right. I think we're pretty much there. And then I want like it to actually see water flowing out from this thing, because I think it'd just be cool. So you'll see like a stream of water coming down. Oops. Yeah, general rule of thumb with picking a resolution is pick the smallest resolution you think works for your art style. Because if you pick too big of a resolution, you're just giving yourself way too much work, you know? So it's all about like trying to pick one that's just the right size, but not so large that you're going to be taking forever to create assets for it, you know? I think that's what's important. All right, water. Water. Then I'm going to have some semi-transparent pixels down at the bottom, kind of fading it out. There we go. Alrighty. Just to imply that it's like filtering water. I think we're at a pretty good spot here then for this icon. I think it's good enough. It doesn't have to be too fancy. Let's save this icon filtration. We got a pixel gap around everywhere, so we're good there. Alrighty. Let's go add in the ascension. Could there be a late game research for like a mixed salt freshwater so you can mix the fish together? Oh yeah, that'd be kind of interesting, honestly. That would open up a massive new like potential for synergies and stuff if you could mix the two together. That'd be pretty insane. Possibly. Maybe some kind of like genetic research that like makes the fish, yeah, resistant to the wrong liquid type so you can mix them. That'd be honestly pretty insane. So I'll add that in. Ascension to mix liquid types or something like that. Maybe an ascension or possibly a research, probably an ascension. Is it okay if I delete the latest issue clips from the last report to get rid of some space for my Mega Drive? I assumed that would happen at some point, so I've been... Yeah, let me see if... let's see. I can go download those really quick, and then you can get rid of it. Which, specifically, like, the controller one is the one you're talking about? Which I think... Or you sent that one to me in DMs. Let me go do that. Let's see. Nah, it's okay. I'll just download them onto my computer and then I'm good to go. That is something though I'd probably like figure out is like how you're gonna host these clips for people if you're doing like professional QA testing, because I imagine that would be kind of annoying. Access other devices. No. Block. Block. I can't block it. Whatever. Oh no, it's all good. It's not a huge deal, but something to keep in mind. All right, I got those downloaded, so you're good to remove that. Okay, so in Ascension menu. Now, what do I want to put this under? I think it's like a quality of life thing, so I feel like it'd be sort of in a similar place as like the offline pots and all this stuff. I'll just call it filtration, I think. Okay. So you buy filter upgrades for your tanks to slow down algae. Required ID is going to be ascension offline pots. It's not as good, I feel like, as the Broomba, so I'll probably lower the cost to 2. All right, then off into our upgrades table. We're gonna go down here, vitamins. Instead of required research, we're gonna have required ascension, or ally ascension dot filtration, ally upgrade. Filter. Or I'll call it stronger filter or something. Icon filtration. So it'll just approach 0, but I don't think it's ever going to actually hit 0 for the time that algae hangs around, or it takes for algae to build up. So that way cleaning still is kind of relevant, because eventually if you leave for a really long time, you might have to go and clean your tanks, but it slows it down, so it takes a really long time. And professionally, they have internal tools to store the data. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. There's probably like, you could like just kind of rent out, what do they call that? B2 storage or something. Something like this, where you can just have like a, let's see, the only thing with this though is I don't know if you can give people links to download stuff through this. You'd have to look into that. But there's a lot of like, very cheap long-term storage. I think you could get a terabyte on something like this for really cheap. And there's a lot of different sites that offers this stuff. Deny the cookies. How can we see their pricing? There it is. Well, this is like AI garbage. I don't know what this is. Trying to find, maybe it's not called B2 storage, but just like online storage backup. Or I guess you can even just do the same with like Google Drive, but it's probably a little bit more expensive, I imagine. It's hard to say. Yeah, I tend to give a lot of time. I usually do them after the issues are fixed or tracked. That's fair. How much is like a Google Drive pricing? I don't know how much. So if you did like annual 2 terabytes, be $100 a year. And that's a lot of clips. Assuming each like report is like 500 megabytes of video, then 2 terabytes. Yeah, that's a lot. So you'd be able to store, let's see, 1,000. So if it was a gigabyte, that'd be 2,000. So almost like 4,000 reports. That's a lot. So you could probably even get less than that. Yeah, no, I totally feel it though. I mean, obviously it is an expense, so it doesn't, not always gonna work out. What do you call this data file? Seems like something I need to learn. I call this a data table. I think that's typically the standard thing that people call them in programming. Basically, it's just like a big list of data. And typically it's like you have an ID on something, right? And then the data for that entry. So that's sort of how this works. And there's a lot of different forms of a data table. You could have like timestamps as your ID, or you could have like someone's name. But this is the general concept where you have an ID and it points to these different like tags in the table. So that's essentially what this is. Like everything has a name and a sprite. So what's good about this is it's really easy for you to grab data on these things. Like I don't have to go through and grab every individual key. I can just say get the data for this ID. And also here's the thing is if I update the game or something, you never ever want to store this data directly in your save data, because then if you want to change it one day, it's going to be impossible to do. So it's good to have like a data-driven programming is basically what this is all about, right? So I would look into that. Data-driven programming, because that's what I'm doing here. But it's sort of like separating your information, which is what's in here, away from your code. So, yeah, having all your stuff determined by external data, right? It makes your games more moddable. It makes it easier to update your games and convert people's saves to newer versions. And it's just easier for you to add stuff too. I can just copy and paste this and paste it over here, and now it just works, you know? So it's very easy. Let's say decreases the rate of algae growth by something percent. So let's say like each upgrade does, I don't know, maybe 20%. Probably be reasonable. And I want really big cost scaling on this. So I'm probably going to do something like 10 cost scaling, because it gets really slow. I mean, like, let's say that we can calculate what this becomes. So the way I usually do these percents is I just add the percents and create a multiplier. So if we say it's 20% with each upgrade, right? So we start off at a multiplier of 1 plus level times 0.2. Put it in parentheses so the multiplication works, right? So if we're at level 1, then that's 1.2 times longer. So we can get like a base time. Like let's say it takes on average 30 minutes. Let's just say 5 minutes, so 300 seconds. Then you'd say this times our multiplier. Let's just set this to m times m. So it goes from 300 to 360, and as we increase the level here, it gets longer and longer and longer. So if you're at like level 10 or something, then that would already be 3 times longer for the algae to come back. So it gets pretty powerful, I feel like. And then the thing is, this is also pairs up with your fish too. So you take this filter and put that on top of the multiplier of your fish, then it really makes the algae almost never show up anymore. So I think it should work out. Is there a size limit on GitHub? I don't think so, honestly. So that's always an option. Yeah, like you said, Ace, I think just uploading them to YouTube would probably be like the best way, because you don't really care about compression and stuff like that. YouTube, there's no limit to how many videos you can upload. So just upload them all and leave them all unlisted so that you can send links to people. And that would probably be the easiest way, in my opinion. And what you could do is create a playlist for each like report or each like game. So you can just have a playlist. They can go through and view all the bug reports and have like a repeat of the description of the bug and the video description. That'd be a pretty good way to do it. You could just make a new channel for that if you wanted, so you don't like use your personal channel. But yeah. So Zeke Live, welcome in. Good real code in here, not using AI. Yeah, I never use AI for anything. I just, I don't know. It robs me of my opportunity to learn how to do things better, I think. Yeah, it depends. Some go from 200 megabytes to gigabytes, depending on the game. Yeah. If I have to edit the clips, is very fulfilling to me. Yeah. Yeah, video game QA is who I want to become. Really feel like that's my path. Yeah, that's awesome. It's always going to be, I think, something in demand, you know? I have seen some people say that like AI is really good for playtesting, but I think it's terrible for playtesting. I don't see how it could do a good job. If your game is consists of putting in a number and expecting a result, then maybe. But games are not like that. Games require like a lot of creativity to test, because there's so many different ways that people can do things in your game. The order that they decide to press buttons and stuff, and weird things like just like hitting two keys at the same time, or you know, all those weird little quirks like that. So I think there's always going to be a demand for playtesting, for QA. It's very useful. So yeah, I saw a Vibe Coder on Twitch the other day. I said no. Yeah. I don't know. The idea of like having to like, I don't know, speak your requests to program is kind of weird. Also, I don't like the idea of like not having control or knowledge of my own code base, you know? People always like get surprised and stuff when I like they mention a problem, and in like 2 seconds I'm like, I know exactly what's causing that and where it's happening. Let me go fix it. But it's because I've programmed everything and I know how everything works. I think it's like, it's so much better that way. And maybe some things take slightly longer, but in the long term, you're reducing your technical debt so much, you know? Lurden is in a really good spot for me to keep adding new features and content. There's nothing in the game that's like a big limitation, so it's just better that way, I think. Okay, so we added that in as the upgrades table. So I'll get it set up so whenever you buy at least one of those upgrades, it shows the filter inside of your tank. Should be cool. Yeah, plus I love seeing the devs' reactions to some stuff. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It is always fascinating to see how people can break your game, honestly. There's so many times where I've been like, how on earth did you even do that? But yeah. Okay, so now you can go into upgrades and buy a stronger filter. I need to go into, I have a function that like fills out descriptions automatically with those percents and stuff, so we'll go do that. But yeah, you can buy the filtration in here to slow down algae. Pretty epic. I might have like a little timer or something in here. I think it would just be nice to know how long it's going to be until the next algae event happens. Because then you can kind of quantify it better, like, because it's the same thing with like the feeding. You know how long the feeding takes, right? If I go in here and feed, it's active for 42 minutes. So something like that for the algae would be nice, you know, like tank will become dirty in, and then having a timer there. I think it would help a lot. It's like making a car blindfolder versus half blind. Yeah. Yeah, having knowledge of my code is so much better than not, for sure. I mean, that's how you're able to fix things and add things, and that's what I think, at least. Good programming practices, generally not AI. Yeah, allows that as well, yeah. That's the problem, is like, well, I think it's really the biggest thing is like having knowledge of how these systems interact with each other. Like, writing an individual system is not that hard, but it's like, okay, now how does this, what happens if, you know, when this other thing in the project happens, you know, it's the way they mesh with each other and how they all work together. I think that's the biggest thing. And if you have a solid grasp of all of your code, then it's way easier to fix those design issues before you run into them. Because I could add in something and think like, well, I can't do it this way because this system works in this way. And it's, you know, so it's like, it helps you refine your ideas and figure out the most optimal way to add something into the game, I think. So. All right, so when we buy this filtration, that's unlocked now. We can go into a tank here. and buy the upgrades. And it gets pretty expensive pretty quick, actually. I should have paid attention to that. Reset upgrades. Oh, did that not actually reset my... Oh, it doesn't reset my tank upgrades. That is kind of fascinating. I think I want to add that onto the commands, because I think all I'm doing is just going through... Let's see. Reset upgrades. Where is that? So I go through I upgrade levels. What I need to do is for I in global.tank upgrade levels. Then that's going to be each index of each tank. So then I say global.tank upgrade. I have to say for ID in global.tank upgrade levels at index I. Set global.tank upgrade levels ID to 0. Said it should be a dictionary. What am I doing wrong? It's an int and it has a dictionary. Yeah, a dictionary of... Oh. I just need to add the tank ID here. Whoops. Alright, so that should work. So now when I say reset upgrades, reset upgrades, then we can see in here these all get reset now. Okay, good. I mean, reset upgrade should reset every upgrade, I feel like, so that makes more sense. See, I'm probably going to lower the cost of this increasing because it does quickly become quite expensive, so I'll probably change that. $10 billion is a lot of money. Of course, when we added the new zone, billions become not that crazy anymore. Like, it's still endgame level of money, but it's not, like, impossible to, like, spend $10 billion on an upgrade. So, we'll have to see. In the span of 3 days, I wrote, I think, like, 3,000 lines, roughly. Yeah. I do find it interesting that sometimes, like, companies and stuff use line count as a metric for performance. But I think in reality, the fewer lines, the better. I think a big part of having clean code is being able to do things in the smallest and easiest way possible, you know? There's been a lot of times where massive improvements to the game just involve removing stuff, you know? He wants 2 bluegills, go away. Oh, wait, come back. He's gone. I could have made that trade, actually. That's funny. All right. So next thing is we have to add in a little filter sprite that shows up in the corner. It would be really cool if you could actually, like, see the water splash down and stuff. You won't really see much of the actual filter, but just like a little splash here of water, and then the thing that comes down, the intake, would be nice. So, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for watching. He's kind of inspiring in a way. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Very cool to hear. Yeah, less stuff the CPU needs to read, the better. Exactly. The high school killer game. I forgot what it's called. Got like thousands of lines. Oh, Yandere Simulator or whatever. Yeah, that game is interesting. The code is a little scary. Oh my god, I still remember watching like a video that did a deep dive of all the code, and it's fascinating how bad it is. There were some sections where he was like calculating like code for a clock, and I think he did like a match statement on every single like minute of a clock. So it's just this massive block of code to display a number on a clock. And I'm just like, what on earth? You don't have to do that. Bro, I just decided the first fish I get in the jungle is the legendary. That's kind of crazy. I don't know why you're getting so many legendary fish in the jungle. I mean, I'll go through and double check and make sure it's like normal. The chances and everything, but It's a new dev's worst nightmare. Honestly, I think the thing though with stuff like that is like even people when they make mistakes like that, it's fine because you learn from your mistakes and realize just how bad it is to do things like that. At least that's what I think. Like when I look back at my old games and stuff I've made and my code is so bad. But it's good that I recognize that it's bad because it means I know what I did wrong and I don't do it anymore. So a lot of it is kind of trial and error in a way. Yeah, and that's also why I always say, like, people wanting to make a game, just for your first game, make a really tiny game. Because your first game's gonna be a mess. And it's not a sign of failure that the first game is bad. That's just how it goes. Everyone's first game always sucks, unless you come from a background where you already have a lot of experience. Like, if you were already a software engineer for 20 years, then your first game might not be that bad. But if you're going from nothing to game, then yeah, it's gonna kind of suck. And that's fine. That's just how it goes. So far, there's been a clear trend with the games that I've released. Every successive game becomes better and makes more money, you know? The first games I posted were nothing. Then Pogo Rocket I posted. I still didn't I still haven't gotten paid, but technically it made some money. And then Starground made way more, and now Lured-In I think is on track to make even more than Starground has. So it's clear to me that there's a strong pattern, which is that first game sucks, but every game after that gets better and better and better. Now, obviously, that's not the route that it kind of goes for every development studio. There's often big swings between launches, but I think it's an important lesson, though, that it's making a successful game and being successful with game development is completely about, resilience and continuing to make games even if one doesn't do very well. Because it's just a matter of time until one does. Now, that doesn't mean it's just like random chance. Obviously, you still have to try and learn and get better. But I think it really is just about continuing forward. But yeah. Okay, so I think what I'll do here is have some little text down here, I guess, for how long the algae. Or maybe what I'll do, just to like make this not as annoying, is just have a little icon for algae and then a timer next to it. That'd probably be, pretty obvious what I mean by that. This makes more sense to have like 10% because I have to specify like what it's doing and for how long. But for the algae, it's just a countdown timer, so I think it'd be pretty easy to do that. Let's see, so you're using the special alert plus stormy weather. Okay. Yeah, I'll do some testing. I need to do like, I need to do a bunch of fishing and write down how many of each fish I got. That way I can kind of like compare the average percentages of catching those fish compared to what they should be. Yeah, and that should work out. Just to make sure it's working. I mean, I'm pretty sure that my code is working for the percentages that it chooses for fish. But that's just how percentages work. Is that it's random. So sometimes you just get really lucky, and it feels like they aren't working, even though it is. In March, I had a hard time making Pong with tutorials, and now I can make a decent small game without looking stuff up. Yeah, definitely moving. Once you hit that point, going from having to watch a tutorial for everything to being able to like go off and do your own things completely independent of the internet is really powerful. You know, it's pretty crazy. I was using Starground as inspiration for learning how to make a factory system. Oh yeah, thanks. There definitely are things I would probably have changed with Starground and the way I do all the factory stuff, but still, not too bad. One of the things I think that I wish I did with Starground was not use movers. I think movers are kind of a detriment because it just makes everything harder. I think what I would have rather done is have buildings have like slots, you know, or like little like preset spots where you push things into them. So you'd have like the crafter would have like these 2 little import slots, and so you would just belt your items into the crafter instead of having to use movers to do it. It would be slightly less flexible, but the performance boost would be insane. And I think it would be more intuitive to not have to worry about having movers. It's kind of too late to make that sort of change now, but it's one of those things I've always thought would have been a good idea. Maybe one day I'll make another automation game, learning all the things I've learned from Starground and make it super optimized. Eventually. So Ninja Sky, welcome in. What's up, big? Going good. I have an issue of knowing how to code, but motivation dies out fast. Got like 100 projects I quit in 6 months. That is probably one of the like most important parts about game development is, like I was saying, like the endurance and motivation to continue finishing projects, right? It's always really hard. I think a lot of it comes with practice, in all honesty. I think the more games that I make, the easier it is to finish the next game. And the big thing is make sure you're working on projects you actually enjoy. Some people focus way too much on trends and stuff on Steam and like, this new genre is the big next thing, so I'm going to make this kind of game. That doesn't matter at all. It's just the most important thing is that there has to be passion to actually want to develop the game and make it better. That's like the number one thing everyone should focus on, I think. I do notice that it gets stormy weather a lot. Interesting. 70% of the time. It should be pretty much just pure random. I think what it might be is that it's since it's the same chance for rainy weather and stormy weather, it might feel like you're getting stormy weather all the time when actually you're just also getting rainy weather. But I have thought about like changing the way the weather spawns in a little bit. I think it would be nice if like the stormy weather can only spawn if it was already rainy, right? Because right now it can just go from sunny straight to stormy. I think it would be better if it has to like go from sunny to rainy and then only a small chance for it to become stormy from rainy weather. Because then rainy or stormy weather becomes more of like a rare weather event instead of just being an even chance with every other kind of weather. I feel like that would be better. I'd love to have those like kind of transition weather types, you know, where it's like, if you want to be into like super cloudy weather, you have to start with cloudy weather. I don't know if I'm going to do super cloudy weather, but you get the idea. I deleted a line of code every day from my game Starground until it became non-playable. That would be crazy. That would take so long. Oh my God. A line of code. There is many lines of code in Starground. I don't know how many, but I think 50,000 is a low estimate. So that would take 50,000 days. That would take 136 years. That would be wild. I've been making games since year 4, now I'm in year 11, and finished like 4 projects total. That's pretty good. There's some people that spend 10 years on the same game and never release a single project. So that's still pretty solid. I think something that really helps me practicing that muscle of finishing games is game jams. So if anyone is having trouble actually finishing projects, do more game jams. Because it's sort of like when you have that hard time limit, you force yourself to get better at avoiding scope creep and just finishing things, you know? Surprised if Sate's so motivated for my Where Cats Untold Tales remake. Yeah. We drop things in a week. Well, that's a good sign if you're able to stay motivated with something, right? Right now, the weather zones are all completely the same chance. There's no, like, they don't have chances assigned to them. But it would be pretty easy for me to do that. I just have to use a weighted system for which weather types get selected, which is really not that hard. It's like the guy that changes pie in the code. Yeah, it's always really interesting seeing what happens with that. It was funny watching the Minecraft one where like your like camera and player rotation was like so broken. It's really weird. I did one game jam, but I was a day too late. Yeah, I mean, game jams are hard, but it is a good opportunity. I would definitely do more of them. And just tell yourself, like, I will finish this game no matter what for this game jam. No matter how unfinished it is. Because I think just going through the release process of a project is a whole aspect of making a game by itself. Oh yeah, the Half-Life 2 one, yeah. I watched the Half-Life 1. It's kind of wacky. I think the ones that are really interesting with the pie thing is like for games where like you can change pie for like the rendering system instead of just like the mechanics, because it's so weird seeing like how the world like physically deforms when you change pie and stuff. It's wacky. Because I think Doom uses a lot of like use of pie for its rendering, if I'm not mistaken. It just gets crazy. Jansen maybe use the creative muscle, but maybe I just need to join longer ones because I end up being busy in life. Yeah. There's kind of two schools of thought, I think, with that. I tend to only focus on the really short jams because it means I can just dedicate the whole weekend to it and I won't have anything that comes up that takes time away from it for me. And then also you could do like ones that are way longer. You could do like a week-long or month-long jam so you have the time to work on it in your off days. Yeah, you can go about it both ways. There's also always like really short jams you could do. There's like some that are like hours long instead of days. It's always kind of a fun. We did that one video or that one stream one time where I set out a goal to make a game in 4 hours. I still want to edit this live stream down into a video, I think. But it was a really crazy challenge. Let me see if I can find it in here. It's somewhere. I'm pretty sure it was called Make a Game in 4 hours. 4. There's a lot of 4s in here. When was that? Yeah, that's when I was doing some Demonos stuff. It's in here somewhere. Now I need to find it. Oh yeah, right here. 4-hour game challenge. So yeah, we made this game in 4 hours. Which was really hard. But we were able to do it. I wouldn't necessarily say that this game was particularly good. But it's free on itch if you guys want to try it out. I think I did a web export of it. Where is it? It's called like something super generic. I think I called it Dice Roller. Dice for Days. Hold on, let's mute it. It's loud and annoying. But you just go around and you mine dice and then you bring it back to your like rolling table. And then every time you roll a dice, you get like money for the number that you rolled. So I did do a super simple little options menu here, actually. So we can lower the master. Oh yeah, my inventory's full. I forgot. You start with 1 inventory. So you can just roll your dice, and now I got $4. And then you can go to the forge and you can buy upgrades. And that's literally it. But yeah, it was really hard to do in 4 hours, guys. The game is pretty unbalanced and stuff. But that's to kind of be expected, I imagine, making a game in 4 hours. So, but yeah. Come on, let's get $10 so I can buy an upgrade. The one that's nice to have early is like the inventory size. Now I can hold 2 dice. pretty insane. Boom. $7. Wild. But it is kind of fun. It starts to pick up a lot more once you get a little bit more cash, and then you can buy more stuff. If I get like more speed, it's already way faster. It's kind of nice. But yeah. Anyways, that's the loop of the game. I'm not going to play through this whole thing right now. But it's possible to make a game in 4 hours. I wouldn't necessarily say this game is very good. But hey guys, it was 4 hours, you know. It's okay. 10 more bucks. Let's get some pick strength. Now I should be able to mine these in like 2 hits, I think. 3. It's a little better. Boom. $4. Anyways. But yeah. I'll probably turn that into a video eventually. Sorry if I keep missing questions and stuff in here. Game jams make devs create small games with pure creativity on the spot. Some of the small projects do end up becoming full games. Yeah. It's really cool. I've seen a lot of really awesome games come from jams. That's what's so great about jams is it's just this, it's an opportunity to like explore ideas without having to lock yourself into a big complicated project. So I think it's a great idea to do jams. I might do one the holiday of term 3 for school. Can't overlap in 9 week. Okay. Yeah, I always trying to... I prefer usually like the ones that are over the weekend that are like 3 days or 2 days. I have more fun with those than the week-long ones and stuff. Speaking of pie, it's making me think of that one song that sings about the digits of pi. Oh yeah. I don't know that one. Let's see. Jack, welcome in. So how deep of an aquarium simulator are we talking about? Like, is it going to be more of a secondary thing, or is it going to be somewhat realistic? I mean, of course, you won't have to prepare the whole nitrate cycle in the tanks. Yeah. I'd say I definitely, for the route I've taken with the aquarium fish keeping, has been more on the less realistic side. Just because it's not really the type of game I'm making. I'm not making like a super hardcore fish keeping game. There are games that do that, you know, and so I didn't want to just like make that game again. I think Megaquarium seems like it's one of those kinds of games where the fish keeping parts of it are way more in depth. Like they've got all these different stats and like water quality and plants, and there's a lot more things that go into the fish keeping in a game like this, I think. I haven't played this game yet. I did buy it, but I need to try it out. But yeah, I don't really go into things that heavily, that deeply. Though I think as time goes on, I'd love to do that more. I added in like the synergies research or ascension, and that allows you to get bonuses for placing specific combos of fish with each other. So it's kind of having like beneficial fish, you know, in combination in a tank. I'm not like a super knowledgeable fish keeper kind of guy. I don't have like I'm not like a professional fish keeper or something, so I don't know for sure. But I know there's a lot of fish that do very well with each other, so yeah, as time goes on, I want to add more systems like that. I might make a change to where some fish can actually eat other fish, so you have to be careful about what fish you pair up in tanks. I just think it would make placing them a little bit more interesting. So, yeah, we'll see. The perfect itch game, yeah. Seems like it could be kind of like a Balatro game for a polish spore. Yeah, I feel that. Do I need a QA for a dice roller? I don't know if I'm going to go back to dice roller. I think it's kind of a boring idea, but I only had 4 hours, so I think I came up with the idea in literally like 2 minutes. So, oh, why do we have a chair for the chair? We have a command for that. Here you go. Chair squared. That's crazy. Want to do a short one? Just tell my wife I'm gonna be busy. Yeah. I would just like do the length of time that you have free. So like if you have 2 days off, Saturday and Sunday, just make a game for 2 days and say the game has to be finished 8 p.m. Sunday night or something, you know? And just work around your schedule limitations. I think that's the way to go about it. I don't know. Thanks so much for showing me. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I do want to play Megaquarium soon. I think it seems fun. And I think I could get some interesting ideas from playing this game too. So I'll play it eventually. Looks like they still patched the game and stuff, which is cool. When did it come out? I think it's like 2018. So this game has actually been around for like a long time. So yeah. I wonder what happens if you just search aquarium. Like, are there a bunch of aquarium games? Aquarium Designer, I've seen this one. I think we actually have a bundle with Lured In, don't we? Maybe not. There's a bundle with one of these kinds of games. Think with Hydrate. This one I think is just more about designing than like, okay, this is more of like it's like PC building sim or whatever, where you like design aquariums for people, I think. Zen Aquarium. Yeah, there's not like that many aquarium games I feel like that like really go into like the depths of fish keeping, you know? Which is a little disappointing. There are so many aspects of keeping fish, you know? You've got to like, different fish have like different preferences for pH and all these different aspects of the water and stuff, you know? I don't know. Different temperatures, the way the fish, like you can't pair up some fish with other fish. It gets pretty complicated. I don't know if there's a lot of games that like really explore that super heavily. I have no idea. And I'm sure Megaquarium does a bit. Yo, Lured In. Let's go. Oh yeah, draw aquariums when I saw you like draw your own fish in your aquarium. But yeah, Chill Aquarium doesn't do any like fish keeping stuff at all. Fishery. I'm sure there's one in here somewhere. I just don't know what it's called. So, yo, I didn't know Sock Pop did a a fishing game. It's pretty crazy. I do think Sock Pop has a cool approach toward making games. They basically like treat every single launch like a game jam. They have so many games. And they did these like packs where it'd be like pack 10 and it'd be like 10 different games in pack 10. I mean, think about just how many, like they have, how many games? 116 or 113 games on Steam. That's like pretty wild. I imagine that's a really good thing for having like a stable income, you know? Even though a lot of these games I'm sure are really simple and not that good, but some of them are rated badly. But it doesn't matter because you have so many games, like who cares? And then occasionally some of these games do really well, like Fishy, where this game really exploded. So just that one little tiny game could like support the whole team financially. So pretty crazy. I'd love to do something like that where I just work on a bunch of super little tiny games and release them all and just see what happens. So one day. Can you turn Lured into a dating sim, fish in the tank? Maybe when we add in breeding mechanics, guys. Who knows? We'll see. Another big game in here is Stacklands. This one. It's done very well. And there's like DLCs and stuff. I did play one of the DLCs they did. It was Stacklands 2000. It was alright. This is basically the main game, but you kind of progress through like, you know, whatever, society, buildings and money and... Anyways. So I think some small incentive to finish the game, like a cake or something would be good. Yeah. for lured in. I want this kind of game, but with reptiles, insects, and stuff. Oh, for the jams. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, kind of rewarding yourself for actually finishing it. I think that's always a good idea. Oh yeah, also up earlier you said we need to do another Blender thing. I would be so down to do that. Yeah, another Blender challenge. I think it'd be pretty fun. I've been wanting to do more 3D modeling stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be cool. I think it's fun also opening it up for other people to join in too if they want in the Discord. Last time we didn't really get that many people joining in, but it doesn't matter. But yeah. I don't know if I'll do any financial reward because it's been... I would love to do that and give people money for participating, but like it's so hard to give people money when they don't live in the US. I can't just PayPal someone money. Like with Steam gift cards, some countries don't accept digital gift cards, so I have to physically go buy one. And now Steam doesn't make physical gift cards anymore, so I can't even do that anymore. So I'm probably never going to be doing any more Steam gift card like rewards, unfortunately. But yeah, it just gets too complicated. We are at 4 hours already. Probably gonna have to end stream right now. Yeah, I'll go through here and make it so this actually affects the algae time, and then also so it like physically shows up in the tank over here, because I think that would be really fun. I think it's cool to see like things and upgrades that you buy like physically show up. That's why I did this over here with like the merchandise upgrade. When you buy that, it like adds this merch rack here, because I think it's just really cool. I really like when games do this, where they have dynamic visuals with your upgrades. That's the reason I did adding the puppy as like a physical creature whenever you buy that upgrade. I think is really cool. Yeah, it's just cool to see everything in your building evolve over time as you buy this stuff. I think that's also something cool about like the expansions that I like. So yeah, it's fun. It's credit card data is bank account. No. Wait. It doesn't have to be Blender specifically. Yeah. Want to do an art challenge? Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't know what other... I feel like I suck at drawing when it comes to non-video game stuff. But because I'm so used to like drawing stuff in like orthographic perspectives and things like that. I've been trying to kind of break out of that more with drawing these icons, because a lot of these are at like weird angles and stuff. I like drawing things at like wacky, funny angles. Like this car was kind of fun. Because it's like you've got to like... It's not just such an easy perspective. Because like the back of the car shrinks, you know, the front like looks larger than the back. Stuff like that. Some of these aren't super perspective heavy, but... And even this one. I know I did just kind of copy an image from online, but it's fine. This one we didn't. Well, let's trade your house for my card with less money than you can think of. It's crazy. Well, last time we didn't have a lot of people participating. I think it's because Blender is so daunting. That's totally fair. Blender is kind of scary to people starting with modeling, so I totally feel it. Yeah, I mean, if we just open it up for just art in general, then maybe that would be a lot easier for people to get into, because then they can like do the things they already know how to do instead of being forced to learn a completely new tool. So we're probably gonna go right out now. We'll continue working on ascensions. One of the next things we might start tackling is going to be the new zone. I'm still conflicted on the deep sea zone, whether I want to do... I think what would make sense is like if we do ascensions for letting liquid types mix, then I think that could work, because then we can still have synergies for the pressurized liquid type if you're allowed to pair them up. I think that would like really make things very interesting. So I gotta add that. I just want like with every ascension, I want there to be like new mechanics and systems to interact with. I hate it when games do ascension and it's just 10% boost to thing. I want it to be like, you get a whole new system to change the way you play the game, right? That's my goal with the ascension upgrades, I think. So. Who's that streamer you're watching? Me? Yeah. I'm just gonna go find somebody to raid. These are my follow channels. Nautic's doing stuff. Oh, I think I just saw that bobblehead shop simulator came out. This is Hypnotic's game. Yeah, I need to grab this and play it. Yeah, it's very epic. Handsome streamer. I don't know. Let's raid Hypnotic because why not?
Anytime.
I think Hypnotic's already been working on a new game. So I don't know. I can't remember. Oh yeah, it was the it's like a puzzle game, I think. It gave me big Portal vibes, which was cool. So let's go raid. But yeah, thank you guys for coming to the stream. I do appreciate it. I've been using Blender for a few years now, and I'm finally getting into other softwares like Blockbench. Yeah, it's cool. Those I do like Blockbench and stuff. I haven't used them a bunch, but that and like what was it, Crocotile or whatever seems kind of interesting. You can like make 3D environments with like pixel art textures kind of easily. There's some cool stuff out there. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today's stream. Thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. We'll be live again tomorrow, 3:30 MDT, which MDT might be permanent soon forever. There may no longer be MST. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm gonna keep working on more Ascension stuff, and maybe tomorrow we look at the deep sea fishing region, because I think it'd be fun to work on that. So, have a good one. Sleep well for the 1.5 hours you'll sleep. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take the melatonin. I think it does help me. I had a weird moment where when I took the melatonin, I would like fall asleep and I have this crazy dream that felt like it lasted forever. And then I wake up and I'm like, 30 minutes has passed. I don't know what was going on. Maybe that's the melatonin doing that. I don't know. It was really weird. All right. Anyways, bye guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for coming in. Bye bye. Yeah, mushroom melatonin is so real. Bye bye.